working. Alright, cool. All that stuff is working. Let's get the music playing. Right. Alright, we got that playing. Let's get on in here then. Okay. We are here now. Give me a second. Just want to check something. Hi, Zedmeister. Welcome, welcome. Alright, where's that other thing that I was looking for? Oh, yeah. Things, Alright, hopefully that will actually say the right date later. I know I sent a decent amount of stuff. There's apparently a new Gacha Enjoyer video, but it has some things in there that I can't show on stream, so I won't be showing it on stream because reasons, right? Unfortunately, they put some stuff in there that I can't show, so that's unfortunate. What was I gonna do again? Alright, we got this thing, minigame stuff here. Hi, Grindark. Welcome, welcome. I've been working on something the past 2 days, and it's kind of a pain to, like, actually get the stuff there done. I'll say that. It is quite the pain. And it's still not looking the nicest for what it is. Maybe I'll pull it up later. Maybe I'll bring it up later. We'll see. Okay. Come on. Let the thing load. Come on, why aren't people matchmaking? Come on, people, matchmake already. I just need them to matchmake. Alright. Oh. Alright, it's rallying the contestants. Getting them all in here. I guess we gotta go find them. We gotta go find them. Right, we gotta go find them. Come on. 7 seconds until we start. Already got one. Why were they just doing thing there? Oh, we got one there. Maybe up here. No, further this way. God damn it. Calculator for the Kektus. Don't worry. You'll see it later. Basically, you input the damage number in, and it'll figure out everything for you. You have to input a lot of stuff, though. Because, like, at this point, with the amount of shit I go through, it'd be a lot easier if I just built a full-on calculator for it. Oh. Oh, I see him. God damn it. When you just catch someone, it still loads them in. Counts them as loaded in. Huh? The fuck? Nope. And the other teammates are fucking useless. They're like actually just completely useless in there. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's just a pain to like actually put all this shit together though. But yeah. What? Come on. Surely we'll matchmake. The calculator? Oh boy. Who knows what we'll call it, man. The calculatus. Yeah. I'm just gonna go in here for now. We'll hide here. Wait. They got me immediately. Rip. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what that was. That just was. Whatever it was, it just was. It just was. Whatever it was. Alright, we got this thing done, so we're good there. What else here? There I go. Oh yeah, I should pick up that. Just for the collection. Grab some of these too. Wait, were there like other things I missed that I need to grab? Then we can move on to the other thing. They got these things. Oh, we have to do these outfit trials. Sure. We'll get these done. Alright, is it gonna start yet? Alright, that's one of them done. Move on to the next one. Alright, we gotta slowly get through all the things here. Alright, on to the next one. Alright, the next one is... check up vitality, sure. I'll do this one. Okay. Okay, so she has like a different animation thing there too. That's neat. Alright, on to the next one. Alright, gotta make sure we get everything done. Gotta make sure we get it all done. Alright, we gotta make sure. Alright, on to the next one then. How about this one? Get tidy marks made, gotta get this one done. Right, this was the free outfit they gave. Too bad it's the one like no one's gonna end up using. Because like nobody uses Yao. Alright. Alright, like no one's gonna use this Yao because you need to like fill her alt gauge first. Which is unfortunate. She just ends up completely forgotten. All because she needs her alt gauge filled immediately. Oh, that is like the first and only time we'll ever see that animation. That'll basically be the first and only time we'll see that. I see. I've been doing other shit. What is this? Another selector there? And then there's a weapon thingy? Damn. Okay. Next thing. Alright, we got Nitro Nova. We got this one now. You get buzzed off cola and tell your dogs they're adopted? Damn. I mean... You know... Is that wrong? Right, it's technically not wrong to tell them your dogs they're adopted. Right? It's probably technically not wrong. Making so many good skins for this Fanny when she's a support, yeah. Unfortunate. She's a support. Very unfortunate that, like, you're not really gonna use it, or see it. But she has all these skins that you're just not gonna see. Quite unfortunate. But it is what it is. Right, it is what it is. We've not been speaking since. I see then. I still need to fit the quota, whatever. Anything else we could do here? Did I grab everything here? Let me just double check. Gotta make sure I get all the important stuff. Oh yeah, I should probably check my mail. Oh yeah, they gave us the furniture now for Nita. We got the Nita furniture. What else we got here? My content creator award. Cool. I'll get my battle pass. Okay, then there's still these stamina things. Yeah, they still send me my thing. Though now, like, it's changed on how I'm gonna get the free battle pass. But I found, like, an interesting, funny little loophole. So it's not, like, the worst thing. Like, the requirement basically is I have to stream it, like, at least 20 times per patch period. 20 valid times. The other part I can get done because I multi-stream. I can get the hours easy. Because both sides count. YouTube and Twitch counts. I have to do like 20 valid. Meaning I have to hit like half an hour at least 20 times. Well, on 20 different days. Not 20 streams, 20 different days. No, I have to do it 20 times. I don't know how many times I did it so far.
What is it?
Alright, I can give her a gift. She gets a nice little photo there. Okay. Now she's at 46 friendship. Cool. But she's still not happy when she's sleeping. She's still not happy. Right, all that and she's still not happy. Okay. Do I have all the furniture now? I do. Nice. I actually have all the furniture. For that anyways. Right, if I go here, I think it'll tell me. No, I'm missing the one from the Paradoxical Labyrinth. That's what I'm missing. That's fair. That's why it doesn't show full complete. Because there's the Paradoxical Labyrinth one. Sure, we'll do one with skill damage. Yeah, I'll just do like a full run through of this. I can call it that. Oh. I'm gonna have to make sure like I keep track of how many I've done so far. But it's like, yeah, 40 hours, but like I can cut that in half. For like the hours over the 20 valid streams. Like that's the easiest part, the 40 hours. Because I have YouTube and Twitch. Alright, next one. let's see. Dealing damage to the target restores. Sure. Might as well get for you energy. Why not? I've been busy working on stuff, man. I've been busy working on stuff. So I haven't, like, seen. We can look at this stuff later, maybe. Cool. We can lose HP every second, but then we get more damage. We can't watch the Gacha Enjoyer video. We can't watch it because it's not safe to watch. There's a couple of things he put in there that make it not safe to watch. This time. We actually can't watch it. Not on stream. You can watch it on your own time, but like, it would have to be like super censored in order to like watch it. Like, that's the thing. So we can't watch it. Alright, let's see. No, we don't want that one. Okay, let's go into the next one. Alright, we can get easy buff and then... what else can we grab here? Sure, more S energy, more good. Alright, we just get what's in here. 2 command cards. And then we got boss time. Alright, come on. Wait, what the fuck? You didn't hit the thing? That is so Pepega. Oh, it's dead now. Okay, let's see. Might as well take that. Boss again. Alright, might as well go get the boss killed. Alright, let's see. After using a skill or support skill, cooldown of ultimate skill decreases. Sure. Wait, it doesn't really matter. Just take it to, like, get it out of the pool, I guess. I'm not, like, making use of that anyways. God damn it. The thing's still alive. Oh yeah, I also heard Kektus got banned again. Oh, that's his problem. If he gets banned again. Well, not if, he got banned again. Alright, that's his own problem. Yeah, the Eggman got banned. The Eggman got banned. God damn it, there's another wave. Alright, let's see. Do I want anything here? I guess I'll take that one. Those buffs are like all useless. Alright, let's go in here. Let's see, can we get anything good? Oh, that was the wrong button. Eh, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Alright, let's see. And then we can go to another boss. Alright, let's go to the next boss then. Alright, let's see. Oh, now we'll get even more energy. Alright, let's see what we get from the RNG buff dealer thingy. I want Spark, but it's like... Getting the 1,000 thing here would be good too. Alright, at least we're getting more than we came in with. At this point, I just want like, I want the 1,000 one, so that I can refresh for buffs and get like, or what is this? Well, that's one less buff on the list, I guess. Doesn't matter which one I select. Oh, now something's like draining my... Wait. Too many tactical interferences on, I guess. I can't remove the important one. Too bad there isn't like another like scale damage support that we could like use. Spark though, that's something we want. Always good to see Spark.
I get to bleed? Here, you take it. I really need it. 手加減しますから。隙が多すぎる。
Alright, let's see. Sure, we'll get attack based on shield size. Too bad when you use the thing to remove a tactical interference, you can't choose the one you remove. It'd be nice if we could. Alright, let's see. Wait, what number are we on? $18 out of 22. Alright, let's see. You know, we'll just fight the boss. Alright, we might as well.
Wait, 1 second. Here, you take it. I really need it.
thing's so annoying. Cause he starts with the freaking shield. And then this one dies really quickly. After the shield is destroyed. Alright, let's see. Skill haste by 200, as energy cost decreases. Honestly, we'll take the S energy cost decrease. Because I can just stay on the thing for longer. We need a shop. Like how much of the currency that we have? We need a shop. Will it give me the shop? Wait, what the fuck? Why did I have to replay the animation? Did I forget? Whatever. There we go. Ornament exchange. Alright, let's see. Refresh. Take these. I'll refresh for now. Alright, we can grab that one, we can get that one. Alright, what do we want here? Well, we'll just take that then. Boss time.
Happy to help.
Oh wow, she gets the thing, decreases attack. I have too many tactical interferences, man. And it's too bad I can't like just shoot when I had the item to remove them. I couldn't pick and choose which one to remove. Alright. I have cleared it on my main, but not on my alt. Alright, we got ultimate challenge, why not? We might as well give it a look. See how bad this is.
しな傷は強くなった証だ。これからは全部を燃やすんだ。この戦い闇に押すね。これで布石がす。ここからはお任せください。Will anyone mourn your death? 傷は強くなった証だ。なんだ、預かってくれないか。こんなものか。肩慣らしにもなる。ここからはお任せください。この
Wait, I got interrupted out of the thing? The fuck?
傷は強くなった証だ。なんだ、あっけない。こんなものか。肩慣らしにもなる。キラキラを拾ったぞ。全力。ここからはお任せください。Wait. させ闇に押す。傷は強く隙が多すぎる。なんだ、あっけない。こんなもの肩慣らしに。怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎる。私の戦いぶり気に入ったか。ここからはお任せください。もう手加減します。させた。傷は強くなった隙が多すぎる。
Did we just ult like that? Alright. But yeah, we can like skip there if you need it. After.
この戦い闇に押す。なんだ、あっけない。全力でかかってくれ。預かってくれない。こんなもの肩慣らし。なんだ、
They're creepy, they turned the boob up to 11, really.
これからこの戦いまだここからはお任せください。傷口にさせる。隙が多すぎる。まだ続くぞ。なんだ、あっけない。
That is not the greatest score.
ここからはお任せください。させる。傷は強くなった証だ。ここからはお任せさせる。
The hell, Marion's stack is not counting again.
全闇に押す。お任せください。手加減しますから。この戦いもう
Sometimes like it just doesn't count properly.
預かってくれない。まだ続くぞ。からはお任せください。I get to bleed.
Annoying when they shove those bosses though. That like that behave that way.
怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎる。預かってくれないか。 んなもの肩慣らしにこれで布石が揃う分析員とだからこれからなんだあっけなこんなものそれスティクスに落ちる覚悟の上のようだこの戦いここからはお任せください全力闇を恐れる預かってくれない隙が多すぎる
Alright, then we kill the ones over here. We're not gonna get a new record though.
こんなものここからはお任せください
Wait, 1 second.
全力でかかってくるだろなんだあっけなここからはお任せください
Yeah, you take it. No, we don't need it.
傷口に全力まだ続く私の戦いぶり気に入ったかここからはお任せください
Hold on. No, we don't do that, GT.
この戦いまだ続くぞこれで布石が傷は強くなった証だ
Right, 'cause there's like too many like shielded parts here.
全力でかかってくるがいい全力まだ続くぞこれで布石が揃う隙が多すぎるここからはお任せください全力でかかってくるがいいまだ続くぞ預かってくれない
Yeah, I got too much interference in all the other debuffs. Only 4069. Alright, cool. That's done. Alright. Claim that. Oh, we can put points in here. There's like one last thing to get points for in there. Alright, because we gotta slowly work towards that thing at 100. Alright, let me get the cloud thing open so I can get into my ult. But yeah, so you can now play ToF on your Linux, but like, I don't know if it's allowed or not. I asked someone in thing to see if they can confirm it or not, but it's working on your Linux. Oh shit, we are gonna get Void Piercer buff. Void Piercer is actually gonna get buffed on the test server. We are. We are gonna get the Void Piercer buff. They're actually gonna do the thing soon. Fuck, I guess I'm gonna have to like redo some of my shit then. When we do get Void Piercer buff. We'll have to see, but Void Piercer buff is confirmed. Yeah, Void Piercer is gonna get buffed. It is confirmed. I just got a notification on that. They're gonna update the thing on the test server. Because they buffed her on CN, they're gonna buff her on global. Yeah. Hi, Tara. Welcome, welcome. We'll have to like wait a bit before we can see those buffs though. Oh, at least I already made most of the calculator already. Which shotgun girl? There's like a bunch of them. Which one? I mean, it's the same as usual, man. They add new things, new characters and stuff here and there, but like, yeah. Like, which shotgun girl? There's like a bunch of them. I wish there was like an easier way to sort the things here, though. Yeah, a shotgun. I mean, we got a Nita 5-star that's gonna be given for free. That's a shotgun. I mean, she has shotgun. You know, look at all the shotguns we got. Etchel. Well, we've gotten 3 more shotguns since then. A bunch of other things here and there. Other than that, it's like same as usual stuff, man. Right. But yeah. To get this patch's free character though, you gotta go through some crazy shit, but I think you can skip that crazy shit part soon. In a few days, if you want to grab it then. Yeah. Alright, what was the other thing I was looking for? But yeah, we're gonna go into ToF soon. Because of the thing. Just waiting for a certain thing to update first. I'm doing fine. Just been busy working on some stuff. Oh, Sheep Chat's still not alive? God damn it. Why the hell is it not responding? Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Oh yeah, like something I wanted to ask. Thing there too. Where was it? But yeah. If that decides to quit working, it does have an embed there. Yeah, that's fine. The problem with that one is that one always hits the quota limits. And that has its own problems. Well, this one doesn't have any quota limits. So, you know, not having to deal with quota limits there helps. Right? Like, it helps when the thing, I don't have to deal with the quota limit. At least, you know, that one isn't quota limit issue, but, you know. Alright, is the thing done updating yet? Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna switch category now. Alright, let me just close this first. I need to do my stuff here. Yeah, I don't know that's if it's actually gonna work or not. Alright. But yeah, Void Piercer buff is confirmed though. Void Piercer buff is confirmed. Good thing I didn't like ship out my video yet. But I'm gonna have to like redo parts of my calculator. Re-grab numbers and shit. Wait one sec. Let me see. I'm hoping they just send us all like the other element weapons for testing. Cause that'll just make it so much easier to put in my calculator. Alright, let me get logged into my alt. Alright, where is the thing? Where is that code so I can log into my other account? They put in a request with Google to raise the code on the YouTube API, I see. Well, either way, it's just annoying. Getting constantly, like, hit by the rate limit there. It is quite annoying. Alright, let's go accept the VS Kitchen stuff. Alright. Let's get the things done. Oh, what was that thing I also needed to check? Wait, I got an idea. Oh, we'll get things set up in a bit. You know what, I think we can just do it as is. Let's see, it's probably easy enough to just skip to the last stage. Original War. It's probably, like, weak enough. Right, it's probably weak enough that we can do it without a healer. Cause like, I already did it before. And just skipped to the end of it. It probably is. I don't even remember what was on this floor. But it's probably weak enough. Oh shit, the hell? I was like lagging a bit. Fuck. You get me? I hate the freaking slows, man. These slows are annoying. fuck is slowing me? Wait, what the fuck is slowing me now? This stupid slow. Oh, it's fucking Merble. Well, now she's dead. Fucking Merble just being annoying with the slow. There you go, no more need to do Original War this season. Alright, there you go, you got your Original War done. Completely done. Right? Original War done. Alright, we just skipped to the end. Alright, let's get to the next thing. But yeah, I'm really hoping they just send a copy of all the other weapons too for testing. Because then at least it'll be easier to make a proper comparison on the Void Piercer changes. Because yeah, Void Piercer actually getting buffed. Frost buff for Void Piercer would be interesting, cause like, then it just fully makes her better to be used off field. Yep. Now you have extra Titan mats. Eventually you can just basically be like, okay, time to work on like other Titan sets for other elements if you wanted to like make things a bit more specific, you know? Min-maxing your Titan stuff. Cause yeah, now you can start work on that. Alright, let's see. Rift drones, I need that. What does my alt need? What does my alt need? Do 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 do. Rift drones, maxing the network. Okay. Wait, is that it? Okay, my alt got the easier things. Let's just go get rift drones and stuff. That'll be easy. We can do that like over here. Ah, you were stuck. That was not Nanian Vortex. That was the other thing. That wasn't that. You got stuck in the black hole from the stage debuff. The stage effect had the black hole. But yeah, like in about an hour or so, I think we get to see the Void Piercer buff. The Void Piercer buff is soon, and then I can probably make something on that too. Do 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 do. Alright, what else does my alt need? Okay. I just need the exoskeleton dudes. Alright, we're just gonna go do stuff down in the other thing area down there. Alright. Of course, it's destroyed. Because it died in the thing. I really wish we didn't have that stupid thing in effect there. It's so dumb, man. Okay. Let's go do joint ops. I need to do 2 of them. And then I'm gonna go do the mech thingy. And then open a bunch of chests, then go back to doing the thing again. Because we might as well do as much of it as we can now. Oh yeah! Wait, you're still stuck on what, 64 bygone? I see. Were you here when I cleared 69? I used Nanyan to clear 69, it was kind of funny. I used Nanyan. I cleared 69 with Nanyan. Aishuan manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome. Alright, we'll do another round. Yep, we're just dumping vitality. Do 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 do. Rip. Rip, missing that. The 69 clear. It was, something. When I cleared 69. Do 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 do. We go up here. God damn it. I'm gonna have to walk my ult into it. I guess I hit hard. Alright, permission. What's the one that like auto does the thing then? Quick research, right? I want to put on quick research here. If I'm not mistaken. God damn it. Where the hell is quick research? I'm trying to find the quick research one on my ult. Pretty sure I have it. Time to do the research thing then. God damn, this takes forever to fill up. That's it. Nice. Quick research, good. But yeah, we're gonna look at Void Piercer buff soon. Void Piercer getting buffed. Oh, we got a box. Just Hilda. Gotta do the things on my ult as well. Cause like there's no reason to hoard the things anymore. There's zero reason to hoard. There's no point in hoarding all of these. They beat you to the chest, uh-huh. Alright. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Here's the thing, man. It comes, we don't matter. I see. Here's the thing, right? Even if it does come, man, spend all the things now. Next patch, I'm still gonna get 10, 10, 10, 10, everything. It doesn't matter. Like, at this point, it doesn't even matter anymore. I just spend them all. Because even if we do get it, we're already gonna max it out next patch. So, like, it doesn't even matter if they give it to us anymore. We'll just get it fully maxed out anyways. Because of the amount of stuff from exploration in the next patch. Yeah, let's go kill a couple eyes. Why not? What are people up to? Alright, because we're gonna go check on the test server again. Oh, when the thing is up. What's my battery progress at? I wish this thing would, like, actually charge a lot faster, but... oh well. It is what it is. Alright. Let's get people in here for the eye. It's like, it's better to get, like, all the ice stuff farming done now. Because it's gonna be more annoying to do it in the next patch. When we get rebalanced around the newer mech. Come on. I guess doing it right now wasn't the best time. For Hippo, whatever. People ain't coming here to kill it. You know, after we kill that, we'll just go kill other world bosses then. We'll just kill different network bosses if, like, people aren't gonna come here. Is like... yeah. If we don't get enough. Otherwise, this just takes a while. Oh no, people are coming. That's good. I mean, we could do literally any of the network bosses, but also, Eye drops the skin. There's the mech skin from the Eye. So, like, there's that too. You know, mech skin from Eye is desirable. Yeah. For now, at least, anyways. She's kind of just stuck there for now until she finds something else to do. I don't know, man. She's kind of just stuck there for now. Because of the drama, she did get a boost in subs too. But like, you know, we'll see what happens. And there are some people that came. But like, this thing is taking forever to destroy. Alright, gotta destroy this one. But yeah, we're gonna see Void Piercer buff soon. We still need to wait a bit though. Because Void Piercer getting buffed. This idol is like taking forever to kill. We probably won't keep shooting the eye for now. It's probably better to like grind these freaking bosses on Monday or something. Probably better to do them on like Monday. Or whatever, when like... Yeah. Yeah, that was like really slow. We'll just go like farm other network bosses then. Because they all give the algorithm data and stuff anyways. That's level 6 now. Yeah, it doesn't look like people care. Yeah, we can just go around killing all the other network bosses then. Because we need like full time so until we can check the test server for the Void Piercer buffs. It just sucks that these things like don't drop anything. Alright, do you want to do Gunner instead actually? I think Gunner might be faster. Gunner might be faster actually. Let's see. Especially because like at one point they're probably gonna reduce the amount of channels anyways. Probably better to do the one that'll probably get reduced more, being Gunner. No, Gunner is tankier actually. I'll go over here. Right, there's ground controller. That took a while to kill. I don't know why, he feels like he's a lot tankier than the last time I tried to solo him. Feels a lot tankier now. I don't know why, he just feels tankier. I don't know what it is, he just feels tankier. Feels kinda weird. He just has that weird extra tanky feel. It's okay, we can go kill any other world boss. Let's just do I then. We'll just do the I. I mean, probably not at this time of day though. We'll probably like actually get more, yeah. I mean, it's just tanky nonetheless. God damn it. I got one shot by the thing there. But then it spawns me all the way up here, which is annoying. Because I was down there. Oh, what was the thing I was gonna do again? I'll just put on HP recovery. I think I have more survival as Frost anyways. I should have more survival this way. I'm too close, I can't teleport, really? Really, game? Really? If I'm too close, I have to wait for the elevator? Yeah, this thing dies way faster. Yeah, it's all about playing Benediction as DPS. Just kidding. Or am I? am I? Alright, let me just do perfect decipher. On to the next one. Infinite Nikki 1.5? Really? I haven't paid attention to what's going on in the next patch. Hopefully it's good. I'm gonna guess though we're not gonna get more of the stuff, like the main shit continuing until whenever they release 2.0, but like, how long will that be, man? I wonder how long that'll be. Oh shit, we're actually killing them like too quickly. I actually had the thing go on cooldown. Yeah, we just do this one. I can kill them fast enough that like the thing goes on cooldown. Just because it's a new map doesn't mean it's not filler, man. Just look what Genshin and Wuwa does. Even if new map doesn't mean it's not filler. More resource. Yeah, more resources, yep. It definitely is more resources, at least. And more resources is always good anyways. How'd you die? Fuck. Why did my Nola skill like work out? Wait, that's... Oh, we need one more and then we can try 8 for... thing. Alright, on to the next boss. Next ball. Right, because this thing dies fast enough. And because it's dying so quickly. I'm just gonna dump all my keys here. Well, not all of them, but most of them. Especially because there's no reason to save them. Alright, got another thing there. Alright, I was just like, I'm like waiting for those other shard things. Right. It's not like my ult where I needed all the thingies. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You made sure to eat your Mia food, right? For Mia buff. At least so you take less damage. Alright, let's go again. Yeah, I don't know why this one just dies faster. Then, like, a lot faster than the other ones here. Do do do. can teleport to the next chest. On to the next one. Alright. Lots of these balls getting annihilated. Because, yeah. I need to get my keys dumped. Maybe. Maybe it is just weak to frost. Right now we can loot it. Ground control also weak with that? Oh, that's true. We can go there after. After we run out of balls to kill, we can go to there. Because we can probably run out of balls to kill. I don't know, how many channels do we have in network map? I see. Do, 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 do. God damn it. You know, because fortify, that might help me take less damage. Yeah, I'll just put that there. Let's go to another one. So yeah, like, I'm killing these a lot more quickly. In like 15 minutes, I think I can update the test server for the Void Piercer buff. We'll see. Oh wait. We actually did run out. I killed too many of them. We actually did run out. They actually did run out. Yeah, so like after I get one of these level 6, I can just like dump all of them to get them to level thing. All of them in one of them to like get one's level 10 and get the other one's level 10 after. Put them all in one spot. If I'm not mistaken. Because like it becomes all 194. Yeah. It's all just gonna be 194 from here on. So that's good to know. You know the Reddit meme where like ToF in space while the apocalypse happening? Thinking that one, that Reddit meme. Apparently now it's made it to Chinese Reddit, the Tibia. It's on Tibia now, apparently. It made its way there. Kind of funny. Yeah, the one, you know the one. The one that got like upvoted in Gacha Gaming. The one where like, they're in space, that one. It's on Tibia apparently. It made its way to Tibia. Yeah, the Space Explorer one. It made its way there. But yeah. Best meme ever. Hi there, Jose. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, Void Piercer getting buff. We're just waiting so I can update test server for the buff. But yeah. We getting a Void Piercer buff soon. God damn, we still got a... Yeah, Void Piercer's getting a buff. They're gonna update the test server so we can see the buff in a bit. One second, I'm gonna get a drink. We'll see. All that was mentioned, it was skill buff or something. Something about a skill being buffed. Void Piercer skill being buffed. Yeah, it was, scheduled maintenance at this time. During the approximate thing. This update will focus on adjustments to the Void Piercer weapon, Star of Oblivion. Specifically optimizing its skill damage to enhance overall gameplay experience. We'll see. But yeah, Void Piercer buff is real. And we're gonna see it soon. Alright, 30 seconds. Alright, where is it? Come on. I mean, we're just gonna bench Nola, man. We bench Frost Nola, whatever. We just bench Frost Nola, and it's good. And we're all good, that's it. Just bench Nola. Like, don't even bother, we just bench Nola. Alright. Yeah, 7 minute there. Let's go ground controller then. Let's just go kill ground controller. Frost Nola is just pure pain to use, man. Frost Nola really sucks to use. Been wanting to get rid of Nola from Frost since forever. Oh shit, this thing is like actually just giga weak. Did we just freaking one rotation it, man? That was one cycle. It just dies in one cycle, god damn. It just dies in one cycle. The iBoss took 2. That one only needs 1. Yeah, weak to Frost indeed. Yep, still gotta wait. And then teleport. Doo doo doo. Doo 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 Oh shit, I went to the... Fuck, I went to the wrong one. The fuck? I wanted to go to the other one. Fuck, now it's just letting me select the teammate. I wanna go to the other thing. No, here's what we'll do. Oh shit, I wanted to pass it to my ult. Pass it to my ult is there. My ult is at it. Pass it to my ult. Pass the lead to my ult. Real quick. Alright, let's get in on here. Freaking ground controller running away from me, man. Keeps running away. Honestly, the extra aggro confusion you're adding probably isn't helping. It's probably why I ended up like running away more. Alright, let me go to the next one. It'd be a lot faster if it just stayed put though. Alright, let me go loot the thing. Right, we got another ground controller. Let's go to another one. Alright, it's dead. Alright, let's fort again. Right, because we just want to spin the things. Did I even open the key boxes? I know these are just some old things there. I'll just leave those as Signet 3s. I guess I did convert them. Okay. That there. Alright, ground controller it is again. Alright, let's go to the next one. It is nice though, like that the ground controllers like die pretty quickly. For what they are. Just one thing I wanted to check first. Okay. Okay, so my alt has 72 blueprint X shards, but then how many do I have? I swear my alt might have more blueprint X shards than my main. No, my main has 73. Okay. It's funny when you kill it during a long attack animation, you're watching it triple laser while dead. Yeah, sometimes it do be that way. Sometimes. Sometimes it just do be that way. I'm gonna get my other account to warp back to it. Also, we can get another ground controller shard. Right, because like as we spend these keys, actively getting stronger and stronger. What would be nice though is if they gave us like a straight up like regular manual element toggle for Void Piercer. If I could force Void Piercer Frost and like use other altered shit with it, that'd be so nice. But we can't. Like if I could use it with like other things, it would be nice. But we don't get to have that. Wait, you got one shot? How'd you get one shot? How? How'd you get one shot? Wow, rip. Oh, that's still not enough for level 6. On the next one. Right, dead. Alright, now I can get this to level 6. So I just work on that one. I'm gonna work on getting that one upgraded first. Right, so we have 6, 6, 10, 10. How many keys do I have? I have 78. 78 times 5 times 1.4. 546. Divide that by 196. Oh, not 196. 194. Yeah, I have like enough for almost 3 levels there. Yeah, 4, 4, 10, 10. Nice. So like next week, I'll probably have enough for like to get to like if I dumped all my things now, I'd be at what? I'd be 9, 10, 10, 6. 9, 6, 10, 10. Right, then next week that could be like 10, 10, 10, and that would be 6. But like, yeah. Alright, let's see. Alright, ground controller is extinct. So here's what we'll do. Let me see if I can update the test server now. And then if I can, we can go and see the thing. If I can update the test server, we can see then if what the buff to what's it called again, Void Piercer is. We'll be able to see the Void Piercer buff. So that'll be nice. Yeah, it's just a small update. Right. Alright. Okay, so Void Piercer Frost buff, apparently people are saying it's 600. So it's actually 930%. Oh yeah, let's go give it a look. Alright. Do they buff on the flame mode? Okay. Alright, let's go give it a look. Alright, let's look at Void Piercer changes. Void Piercer first change. Not translated yet. First one is Flame, right? First one should be Flame, I think, right? What was the Flame kit again? Let me just check it from my ult. Cause Void Piercer get, buff. Yeah, okay, first one is Flame. 35% burn is the same. Right, 20-second, 35% burn. 17% flame damage boost. Yep. Alright, hitting gets 1 stack of the chaos stack, 1 per second. 6 stacks. 6 stacks, launches 6 homing projectiles. 5 70% attack instead of 4 20%. And then it restores 2% of the HP. Okay, so 4 20% increased to 5 70%. Okay. Next thing. After Flame should be Frost, right? Okay, Frost, simple. They just changed this thing from 450% to 600%. So the dot, if you use Void Piercer Frost off field, is bigger now. No boost to on field Void Piercer for Frost. Just off field. So that'll be interesting to mess around with. Because like this was 450%, now it's 600. Right, and then after that it should be Fizz, the Fizz one. Fizz one on field increased to 25% here. Okay, that's 25% from 21% for 20 seconds. And then there's a 10 stack thingy, 25% per stack. Is that really all they did? Well, they probably changed the other numbers then for Fizz. Maybe. No. Okay, the Fizz one looks pathetic. The fuck? They barely changed Fizz. If that's really the case. Did they actually just like not do shit for Fizz? Oh wait. Off field here. No, never mind. They changed it to 735. They increased it from 490%. Okay, that's a nice increase for Fizz. Right, so now this is like the effective off field for Fizz. This is 735 times 1.25. So that's like 920% attack per second then. That is for how long again? the cooldown 21 seconds. Yeah. Okay. So that's good. Wait 1 sec. Right, because the Fizz one, final damage hit there. Triggers explosion, deals damage from the stack thing that's on field. They barely changed on field damage then. Target is met with the surge die, spread it to nearby enemies. Removes all, triggers an explosion. Okay. Entropic Surge. Oh wait, no, when it hits 10 stacks, wait, is when it gets consumed. I forgot about that. So like, if you use it off field, the old one, so you get like 2 of these. 525 times 2 plus, what is it? 735 times 20. Right, 1.25. So this is like the effective off-field for Fizz Void Piercer. 984. If we do it, the old one, the current number, that would be 490 times 20 plus multiply this number by 1.21. Oh, that's a big increase for Fizz. That's a nice increase for Fizz. Right, because that's what? 13128. Yeah, that's like what, 984. Divide that by 656. So it's a 50% increase for Fizz off field. That's a big buff for the Fizz off field. Well, Frost off field went was it 735? No, it was 600. Can just do that. That's only 33%. Yeah. The Fizz got a bigger off-field boost. It's 50% for Fizz increase. Frost gets a 33%. I mean, here's the thing, right? For Fizz, just go back to using, like, someone else on field. Right? Like, for Fizz, that's easy. You have, like, you can go back to even using Onka. Did they send us anything in the mail? Nope. God damn it, they should have sent us a bunch of other weapons. Delusional Kudogs thinking an anti-Primili will be their friend in destroying Genshin? What the hell? Okay. You think those games will share profit with one? No, of course not. The fuck? Thanks for the follow as well, though. Coolio Warrior 22. But yeah, we got buffs on Void Piercer. She got buffed. Some small buffs across the board here, some bigger than others. It depends on your element. The biggest boost is to Fizz. For some reason Fizz gets... Wait, we didn't look at Volt, the buff for Volt. Right, what does Volt get? Wait, Volt might get a big buff. Let's see. Alright, here I go. Wait. Which one's Volt? Alright, Dark Star Pulse. Volt Frost is this one. That's still the same, 6% Volt damage. Right, that stays the same. Gain 10 charge stacks. Hits consume, it's a stack. To deal damage to, wait. Yeah, you get 1 stack per, you can consume 1. So 500% instead of 280%. Okay. At 0 stack deals an additional, this is 12 50% instead of 700. Okay, so like your proc damage is bigger. So what were you doing before? You had what is it? So 500. Now you have 500 times 10 stacks plus 1250. I believe this counts as skill damage, right? This one's like it's weird how like the numbers here are. It's like it feels so small because this is like the extra damage you're getting from the proc here. You only get 10 stacks and you're consuming 1 stack per second. At each is 500% attack. But what you had before was 280 times 10 and then you added like the 700. It's like that's quite the difference. It's like weird. That is quite the difference here. Don't know why. I don't know why they made it so the numbers are like this. So in this case, I mean that's a 78% increase, I guess. That's a big increase because like the numbers were so pathetic before. It's just kind of funny and weird how that's how it is. Right, because you're getting 10 charge stacks. You consume 1 on every hit as Volt. And to deal 280% of attack to nearby targets. And then when the stacks run out, you deal 700%. And then you restore 25% HP per target hit. Yeah, it's kind of weird how that's how it is there. I believe Void Pursuit not changed. And Darkstar Rebirth not changed. So no change for Altered Setup. Altered Setup gets no change. That is something. That's for sure. That is quite something. But yeah. So Void Piercer gets buff for Frost. Well, really for every element, but just not for on-field. Void Piercer not buffed for on-field. I wish I had the other elements so I could like actually test properly. But they didn't send the other elemental weapons. But this is only for like thing. Right, well, there are no other changes here, right? Yeah, that looks about the same. Let me double check. Yeah, that's about the same. Yep. No changes here. They did not make any changes to Lindsay. Okay. Sure, I'll take 10k dark crystals. Too bad that's not on my main account, that's not my actual account. I mean, the buff for Flame and Volt apply regardless if you're on field or off field. It's just that for Frost and Fizz, you need to be off field to take advantage of it. It's only, like, you need to be off field for Frost and Fizz, but Volt and Flame can get the increase even when they're on field, if you're coping with on field on them. But the Fizz and the Frost one is off field only. But yeah. Alright, let's see how much more damage this does then. Cause like, yeah. Off field for Void Piercer boosted. Oh, I haven't seen it yet, no. Yeah, we're in ToF right now. This is on the test server. We don't have Nia buff, so this is actually like slightly lower than when I was doing the other thing before off stream. So I can't really use these numbers because it wouldn't be fair for my comparison. %22.6% versus the old ratio was how much? Let me just double check. Where's Lindsay, Gray Fox? VPN. Instead of 18%. Okay. Interesting. So, yeah, contributing more. Void Piercer got buff. Yeah, it's roughly like a 5% damage buff. Roughly about 5% increase. So that's neat. 5% increase across the board is probably like what they're targeting like effectively, I think. I think some of the elements would probably get more out of it than others though. I wonder if my Copium Flame is like strong enough now to clear that sequential stage with the Void Piercer buff. Cause like it's a small buff, but like it's still a buff that could help a little bit. Yeah. Put that in there. Let's see. I mean, well, like, didn't CN run rerun everything or something? I don't know, what did CN run? Because it was like 5.0 release. I mean, that's... okay. You want more drama from them. I see. Didn't they get banned though? Aren't they like all banned or something now? What do you mean they ran out of content? They never had content in the first place. That's because they never had content in the first place, man. That's why. They never had any in the first place. I don't know, maybe this is enough? We can try it. Can this Copium beat the new sequential stage? Because now we have Void Piercer buff. We might as well try and see. With my stats. Let's turn on our smart servant. Yeah, I think we can beat it. It'll be tight, but I think we can beat it. Hi, Clutch Gene. Void Piercer is getting a buff for Global 2 now. We're testing it right now on test server. I'm curious to see if I can beat this with the new Void Piercer buff. If I had Mia buff, I could probably have this. But I was like using Mia buff earlier to like check and verify things. And then I have to do it again. We already did that earlier, yeah. Oh yeah, this is gonna clear. It is enough to clear it. Nice. It actually is enough to clear it. The increase from that buff was all I needed. So that's cool. That's cool. The increase from that is like all I needed. We don't even have this shit yet. Oh, it says cosmic system and then it says special support system. Uh-huh. What's next? If you need a help, self-help book, you can find it in the special support section. You can put that message on, in your chest somewhere, probably. In some, RPG. Trust. Oh, wait, no, that's a space support system, whatever. Cosmic system, space support system, can they, make that more consistent? Now it says Lindsys! Is it Lindsay or is it Lindsys now? Are they actually just gonna go with Lindsys now? Because before it says Lindsay, it said Lindsay. Now it says Lindsys. Which name is it? No. It's additive to your gear. So basically, all of the stuff here is additive. It's all additive to supercomputing. These things here, it's additive to that. It's also additive to the stats on your gear here. They're all additive together, all of them. They're all additive together. So yeah. That's something to keep in mind. They're all additive with each other. They're all additive together. But yeah, like, it is interesting though that they actually did go and buff Void Piercer. Small increases here and there, but like, increase is still nice for what they are. But yeah. Where was the... I guess I can show you the thing I've been working on. I'm gonna have to like redo certain things though and regain new data on it. Oh, but like... Oh, this thing's like a pain. I'm trying to figure out like how I can show it for you guys to see. Wait, what the fuck? Why is there like a smaller thing there? Which one's which? Oh, great. I don't know. I don't remember which one is... Which source is which. Because, like, it's showing up twice here. Fuck. I have, like, too many sources. I'm trying to, like, figure out which one's which. Okay, that one's fine. What's the other one, then? That's, like, in the way. No, that's not that one. Nope. It's not that one. Okay, I'll hide that one for now. Oh god, this is gonna be like a pain to like show because of just how big it is. What I've been working on. It's work in progress. But like you can see all these other cells here. This is just for calculating altered stuff. Because that's like its own other mess. To properly figure that shit out. Right? But like I've been working on this. You put in like, you would put in your damage to Kektus here. You put in how much shield ignore you would have over here, how much res ignore, and then if you're using like altered stuff, like Lin S4 or whatever, you would fill in information over here, and it would properly calc in everything, including your bygone boost, whatever the resistance stats of the content is, your damage when stuff is shielded and everything. It took me a while to work on this. I'm gonna have to readjust some of these numbers now. I'm probably gonna delete this thing here though, this section here. One of these things, because I can't properly evaluate it. I'll have to figure out, maybe. Maybe I can for the Void Piercer buff, just so like we don't throw numbers off. But this one I can easily just look at the ratio and then like add the damage in. From what it was before. I can just like look at one of my older sheet and figure it out. Parse recording, that one is looking for Ocerata, Carrot, Void Piercer. I'm just gonna open that with VLC so you guys don't have to see it. So 17.7% was what I was doing. I'm like just trying to like look through so I can like calc how much the difference is. Cause I can adjust some of the numbers pretty easily. Just by like calculating the difference. That'd be easier if I could. Oh wait, no, I go back sooner. Alright, let's see. Most of the damage is passive category. Skill is only initial cast. So the proc is under passive category. Alright, let me just double check something. We'll get rid of Levo here. For now. We just need a flame filler that does not do anything. I'll put Ruby here for a sec. Just wanted to check something. That way I'll know what if I need to account for it or not. Oh, you know, that's fine. If the bird is there. Okay, it also counts as passive damage. Alright, so all of it counts as passive damage. Good to know. Just making sure. And then we can just use math to figure it out. What I'm gonna change on the sheet for that. Alright, let's see. Right, because the 35% dot doesn't change. Only the 420 changes. And then we got, let's see. For 20 seconds, and you get the thing for 25. Rotation is how long again? Oh, we don't even need to figure out the whole rotation. So we get how much? 35% of that from the burn times 60, not 60. We get 20 seconds of that. Alright, and then we have the missile thing. We get wait. Yeah, I think we get like three rounds of the missile things being fired, right? 3 or 4. We should get like 3 or 4 of them. Let's just go check. We can just count. Alright, we can easily just count how many rounds of those are. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Okay, we get 4 rounds. Okay. Four times. Old number is 420. Alright, so that we have that. That's the old background damage number here. Yeah, 6 homing projectiles at random targets. Oh wait, each dealing. Oh. Never mind. 420 times 4 times 6. Okay. And then we add the 700. So that's the old damage. New damage then is how much? New damage is 570. 570 plus, no, I know, 570 times 6 times 4. And then we add 35 times 20. Okay, so that's the new passive damage there. Right? What was the other damage that we were getting per rotation then? Okay. So if we divide that by old number 10780, so 1.33 on that number being increased times, so passive was 1792 out of 1792, divide that by 2462. So it did 72% of your damage. So that was 97%. Okay. Now we'll go back to that one then. 14380, divide that by 10. Alright. One minus 2 times, not times, divide that by 2464. So it's a 36% damage increase then for Void Piercer category. Okay. And that would be that used to take up 18.5%. So that's a 6.71% increase. Okay, so then if we go in here, why not there? So for here, we just we multiply it by 6.71%. The other one though, I'll have to like adjust that one later. It has errors now because it's like not correct. It's just a reminder. Multiply that by, we'll just put in the number here. 21196. Alright, so the new number now. That new number is 22619. And then that number is updated. This thing doesn't change because the buff doesn't affect that. That thing will need to refigure out, which I can do right now. Let's see. VPN main DPS with Carrot Nola. And I can figure out the end. Okay, yeah, passive damage was only... Here, the passive damage was... 1916 over the 6928. Alright, 14380. Divide that by 10780. Multiply that by 1 minus 1916. Divide that by 6928. I believe that would be correct here. Oh wait, no, that's not quite right. Right, that's the ratio there. Oh no, we had to multiply that thing there. Because it was 27% of the damage. Okay. Multiply that by 14380. Divide that by 10780. So now it's 36. Divide that by, what was it again? $1792. No, wait, no. No, it was 1916. Divide that by 6928. Wait, no, that's not right. Yeah, it's only 33% increase on the passive damage. Which is 27%. So like 35% on the other damage there. It was like 49.1% for my old thing here. Times 1 minus 0.27. Wait, no, we can do 49. Oh, I can just remove it from the original damage then. But I use the base. Uh, 1916. Divide that by 62. No, wait. Alright, then I multiply that one by what it was, 49.1 times divide that by 10780. What the fuck? That's not the right number. Yeah, because it became 35.52. This one is... What was the number again? Divide that by 6928. Alright, that one. Now we can take this one and then multiply that 13%. And then we can add it back in. Alright, where was that number again? Here it is. 14380 times. No, divide that by 18%. Okay. Then we add that back. So what was it again? 35.52. Add it to the remaining one. So yeah, 4.633%. Divide that by 100. And then we can multiply this number. Carrot number was 19241. Oh, here, 2132. Alright, so that number is adjusted. And then we gotta adjust the other one here. That one doesn't need to get adjusted, just this one. The Intorio one needs to get readjusted. Let me see if I can find where that one was. And then I'll just readjust that one too. Okay. What category is it even? Is it skill? Is it passive? Alright, this is where it's gonna get weird now. Now we have to figure out what category is the thing for Void Piercer. Void Piercer. What category is it even? Is it passive? Let's try again. Okay, the proc is passive. Alright, so the proc is on that thing passive category. And it was doing... it was doing about the same amount of damage as the discharge. What the fuck? Damn, Void Piercer really is that weak. I'm like just checking from the old purse thing from Kektus. It's like the Void Piercer basically like it barely did shit. Like the actual proc barely did anything. Which I guess makes sense because the numbers were really that abysmal. So how much of an increase do we have here? That one was 700 I think, and that was 280 I think. The old number. Yeah, 280 and 700. So that's 280 times. Oh no, that's, yeah. 2800 plus 700. It was 3,500 and now we have 1250 plus how much? 5,000. So the proc damage is that much of an increase. Okay. And before it was doing, how much damage of the thing was total was doing? 759. Divide that by 1679. So it's doing 45% of whatever was in its category. $12.5. Now we can multiply by the new thing. That's 10 plus 1 minus 16.9. Alright, minus 12.5. So it's 4.4% increase. That's how much the increase here is. Alright, we can multiply that number in our calc. And just fix that here. 18720 19551. Okay, cool. All I know is I'm gonna have to like redo all the ones that use void piercer. I'm gonna have to redo all of these. I'm gonna have to like redo all of these, re-record them. Wait, not all of them. Only the frost ones I'm gonna have to re-record here. I'm just gonna replace the thing with 0 so I know. That one can stay the same. Yeah, these ones don't need to get touched. So I have to re-record and redo 4 of them. I'll have to do that tomorrow sometime. But yeah. At least there's that. We got the Void Piercer buff thing there. I'll probably like cook a video on that. It is interesting though. They waited until now to like release the Void Piercer buff instead of giving it to us immediately. Right. But I guess that means our actual purses will be higher. But it is what it is. I wonder what that means for my fizz though. Will this be better, or will bringing Anka here to use Anka on field be better for me? Let's see. I am actually kind of curious. Cause like, it should be in favor of Anka now. Because then I can put Void Piercer off field. It should be in favor of that. Alright, let's see. We'll try this first. Right, cause like this at the moment, we can't make proper use of the buff. Right, come on. Yeah, I know this will clear the sequential stage easy. So 13.69 there. But then if I got rid of this and put in Anka, I only have a 3 Anka. Alright, we'll try this one then. Oh wait, I just forgot. I just realized I forgot to change the trait. I should be using Anka now. With this one, I should be using Anka trait. How much was Anka trait anyways again? I forget. Uh, 15% final damage and 12% physical on bosses. Okay. So slightly better than the thing there. And I have to multiply whatever damage I have there by 12%. Okay. I will do that. Come on. That was 12.62. 1.12. So that's 14.13. Alright, that's 14.13 effectively. Versus how much again? Let me just double check. But yeah, like this is higher multiplier. This thing probably still better, though the other one also had more shred. So it probably evens out. God damn it, I lost some time there because lagged a bit. Yeah, no, this is weaker. Barely. Yeah, so Anka viable on field again. We on field Anka again. Well, I guess. Yeah, cause like. Not really. Alright, you have a good night then, Zedmeister. But yeah, Anka on field viable again, I guess. Depending on what you were running. But yeah. Is the fizz buff there. It's a small one, but like, you know, yeah. If I had A3 A6 Anka, it'd be definitely better, but like, yeah. We'd be using Anka on field again. Just because the off-field boost to Void Piercer makes it more worth to use Void Piercer off-field. I still don't understand why they sent us 10k Dark Crystals randomly. Why'd they do that? I mean, she already was usable. It's just that Frost and Fizz kind of needed it boosted more. Because, like, the off-field for Frost and Fizz Void Piercer was Pepega. It was kind of Pepega, so they boosted it further. For both of them. They're off-field. They were kind of Pepega. But yeah, now they're less Pepega. And yeah, eventually I'll make this sheet public for people to mess around with. Because like, it'll calculate stuff for you. There's still stuff I'm working on though. And honestly, these cells here, confusing mess to deal with. I have to figure out how to like format things a bit nicer, but yeah. Eventually this will get fixed. But yeah, it's like to calculate Lin S4 damage stuff properly. You know, it's like you gotta input your attack stat, your total attack stat, your crit rate, the flat crit rate, not the percent, HP stat even, resistance stat, and it will even calculate the equivalent Lin attack percent tick conversion based off of all your stats there. But like, yeah, basically in practice, for the most part, your Lin S4 is basically doing about 60% of your attack stat, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. For like a DPS player like normally, with your gear. It adds up to roughly around 60% of your attack stat. If you're gonna use that to make conversion comparisons or whatever. And then you can, from there, it's like you double that, and then you can convert that damage, and that's your bygone. That's like your bygone boosted damage part from Lin S4. But yeah. It's like, it's nice to finally be able to like really see how the things add up there. What is funny though, it's like the altered comp, the bygone damage is higher than Kektus damage. It is. But you're also like doing so much damage. Like I actually rechecked through the thing. You actually are hitting the altered VPN damage cap. So it's like, at this point realistically you're always gonna hit it. So it's just like, just put 2000%. Because you're gonna be hitting it. And then it'll calculate the rest there. For when you are using Altered Void Piercer. But yeah, like I'm gonna have to like redo all these numbers. And then I can cook my video. Well yeah, eventually I will simplify this thing. Because like there's a lot of data you need to put in here. And it's like, you see this Lin S4 ratio, it's like, what the hell that mean? It's just a comparison ratio used for something else in the calculator, but yeah. The idea though is like, you can just go to the Kektus, get your damage number, and it will spit out, you know, it'll spit out exactly how much you'll do in Bygone, sequential or raid or whatever. Like, that's like the idea behind this thing. Eventually, like, I'll clean it up more, so you can just manually specify what exact resistance you want to simulate. But like, yeah. Eventually. Like, right now, though, this is not publicly accessible, because this is right now, it's just locally stored on my computer where I'm working on it. But yeah. That's where this thing is right now. But hey, eventually we'll have like an actual calculator. But yeah, it is cool though we got the Void Piercer buff. We can probably do a few more reacts before we go though. Because like, I've been spending like all day yesterday and today, like before I started this stream, just working on this shit. I'm just like double checking everything to make sure like all this stuff is like reported properly. When like if I was to go and change a value here and there. Because like, yeah, if I put like a number here, let's say I did 6969 on the Kektus, it'll put the thing there. And like, hey, if I had 69 Resignor, for example, well, the numbers will update again. Right, it'll change the thing there. If I had 69% shield ignore, it'll also update. Let's say we had 69% being others category damage. Something else will update there. Lin category can be whatever, we're not gonna fill that in. Yeah, then like that. There we go. You only fill others category percent when you're using Lin S4. You only bother to fill this in when you're using Lin S4 or something else. If you're not using Lin, you just Lin S4 though, you just change the ratio to 0. This is like a different calculator that takes other values here to do that, but like, yeah, to get the 1. So by default, it assumes you're using Lin S4. So it'll default to like 1 if you're only using that. But like, if you add an altered Void Piercer, it'll change that thing. If you even count in altered Nola, it'll change it again. But like, of course, by default, if you're not using it, don't bother calculating it in. It's just that for now, it's like, I just put 30 and 30 as just a nice thing to keep it simple. Because this is probably what like most people will have if they're running Void Piercer with their 4 set and running 2 units with 15% Resignor. Because you don't really get much higher than 30% Resignor in most setups. In most anyways. But yeah. That's like the purpose of that thing. Just working on a little calculator. Oh yeah, I saw this tweet the other day. Kuro creators would be homeless without Genshin. Muwa has absolutely nothing worth talking about. So you guys always have to talk about Genshin. For hating Genshin, you guys sure do love talking about it. That sounds about right. They hate it so much they love to talk about it. They sure love to talk about it, despite hating it so much. They don't realize the irony there. But you know, it is what it is. Alright, what did you guys send me to react to? We'll look at some of this stuff maybe. That depends. Well, it depends. Everything designed to make you angry. What the fuck? What is all this? Yeah, they're too busy comparing to that because they got nothing else. So they keep comparing. English VAs crash out and gaslight gamers after more what? The fuck? Sure, let's go give it a look then.
Hey, what's up guys, Rip here. So today we're going to go over some updates regarding the ongoing collective work refusal that several English voice actors are participating in. And we're going to see their shift away from Twitter to their echo chamber on Blue Sky, where their reaction to a lot of different developments are getting increasingly desperate and angry, especially given the recent news that 3 more of these voice actors participating in the work refusal have been let go by Hoyoverse. So before we get into the most recent stuff,
yeah, I mean, if they're refusing to work, right, and they need the job done, we'll just replace them.
Is a union that was masquerading a collective work refusal as a legitimate strike in the name of giving AI protections to union and non-union members. Of course, people would discover it was simply a collective work refusal. However, the people participating in it, like this individual, did not provide any voice work for 6 months with Hoyoverse, and of course, they eventually let them go, and they were replaced by Jacob Takanashi, a Tokyo-based voice actor who was not aware of the collective work refusal and also had no obligation to do so. And in response to him taking this position, dozens of his own peers lashed out at him. They called him a scab, a traitor, diabolical, a clout chaser, a bad person. They even made weird comments about his financial situation.
Just so he could take a job.
He got harassed genuinely by his peers. You can see an example of that here with Kaylee Mills, who called him diabolical and said, if you need money, take the role uncredited, and this looks like an easy grab for clouts. Meanwhile, of course, this individual was still working on Hoyoverse products at the time, but they had their own technical reason that they were allowed to. Very hypocritical, but to this individual's credit, she has come out and recently publicly and privately apologized to Takanashi, saying the comments, especially about his financials, was too far. And if you want to accept that or not, at least this is someone who's trying to correct the course here, but others involved with the dogpiling have only doubled down, including Karina here, who is the voice of Paimon in Genshin. She said this in response to the original announcement from Takanashi, and she's been incredibly active on Blue Sky to a pretty almost impressive degree with the amount of posts and reposts that she does. We'll look at some of that in just a second, but recently I found it very interesting that she reposted this message saying Jacob was never harassed. He was criticized for his actions, but never harassed. Do you see the layers of gaslighting at this point? They gaslit you about the collective work refusal, masquerading it as a strike. They gaslit you about the reasons for it. They claimed it was all about AI protections, but in the end, we know it's just because they wanted to flip Hoyoverse into a union member.
Yep. They wanted to turn into a union.
And they wanted to get more people and more roles for the union. And now they're gaslighting you about something you can see with your own 2 eyeballs, okay? Everyone saw the harassment and dogpiling from his own peers as a result of taking this position. He was, in fact, harassed. It wasn't just criticism, and you can see how these people flip-flop how they view criticism versus harassment. Pretty much any video on YouTube or even social media posts disagreeing or pointing out the inconsistencies and the lies of their collective work refusal, they're labeled as harassment, not criticism. In this video, for example, I guarantee the subjects of this video would consider this harassment, even though I think this is just fair criticism about the many inconsistencies of this collective work refusal. But like I said, Karina has been busy on Blue Sky. I guess because of the work refusal, she has a lot of free time because just like look at this feed.
Oh, if she's not working, yeah.
This is one day. So far, we've scrolled through 1 day of
That's
posts
a lot.
and reposts, and it just goes on.
That's a lot for one day.
And on and on. It's actually crazy. You can see down here, 2 days ago, we just went through 2 days of posts.
He went scrolling that far, and that was only 2 days. Damn.
The collective work refusal that's getting a lot of attention on Blue Sky and amongst English voice actors.
That's like a year of scrolling through mine.
Sean Laraway.
If you want to check my Twitter, that's like a year's worth of scrolling.
1.7 update.
Maybe a year and a half.
The English voice actors for 3 different characters. You can see it's confirmed here.
And she does that in 1 day.
Reaction from these voice actors, it's very clear that these 3 voice actors providing these roles were participating in the collective work refusal. And of course, when you don't work, the natural consequence is typically you're going to be fired. So this is not too surprising. But we saw more reaction to this thanks to people
I don't
like
know.
Little Kuribo. Okay, you might remember him from one of the previous videos. He said this insane line in response to Takanashi denouncing any sort of threats being made in support of him. And oddly enough, Kuribo here comes back and says, you need to publicly state that us voice actors aren't bullying you. And basically, if anything bad happens to these voice actors, it's all on you. Unless you basically get rid of any sort of guilt or responsibility that they were supposed to have for attacking him. A classic bullying mentality here, trying to make the literal victim of a harassment campaign come out and say, I'm not being bullied. Very strange, but they've also been very active on Blue Sky, and you can see they responded to the previous post saying these actors deserve better. And then down here they say on a certain subreddit, they're happy about this and saying Hoyo had no choice, but happy about striking actors, or being happy about striking actors getting fired is inexcusably messed up. Hoyo always had a choice. Now, of course, I think it's an oversimplification of this whole process. Like, yeah, they're going to replace these voice actors. They don't have a responsibility to the union, and this is the route that people chose, and they put their careers at risk or their jobs with Hoyoverse, and they got laid off. I don't think it's too surprising. Now, I'm going to say this, and it relates to a lot of the localizer drama with anime and manga, where some people who are abusing their position to make ridiculous translations are at the threat of being replaced by AI. It's the same thing here with these English voice actors. I am not sitting here and applauding and being excited and elated for these people losing their jobs. However, I just don't feel bad for them because they took on this risk and this was one of the consequences they faced. And the fact that anyone in this scenario is perplexed why some people are cheering on these firings, they're not paying attention. They're not self-aware because the voice actors who engaged in this dogpile and this ridiculous behavior over the last month, they made fools out of themselves and they made their cause something people don't want to support anymore. The optics were really bad, and now people are going to celebrate them losing their jobs because they don't like them. They don't like what they're seeing on social media. I don't think it's too surprising.
Yeah, they don't like what they're
seeing.
seeing.
Celebrating this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
but
it's their own
also,
fault,
just
right?
Like with Karina, they're reposting a lot of stuff that is quite inflammatory. Here's one post from another voice actor they shared saying, fans, regardless of what you're a fan of, I know that you want more of the things you like, but understand that when a strike is happening, if you're getting more of that something and suddenly the entire cast is replaced, you have to understand that it's coming at the cost of people's livelihoods. And then this one's very interesting. They reposted, what I will say is that getting all of your information from sensational YouTube videos, short videos with half of the information or third/fourth hand from other fans who have gotten their info from these sources is only going to harm the industry more.
Except the thing they're striking on isn't even unionized. So it's like, okay, you don't want to work, we can fire you. There's no union involved. They're just not doing their job, so they get fired.
So I find this a very interesting tactic. They're trying to say
Like, what?
basically anyone
What were they
who's
expecting,
criticizing
right?
this movement
Don't do the
has
work?
no idea what
Of
they're
course they
talking
get
about.
fired.
And only qualified
Of
people
course
like
they
the
would.
supporters of SAG-AFTRA can actually give you an opinion
It's like, what?
that
What do
is
they
a
expect?
trustworthy one. And also these people criticizing this collective work refusal and how it's being conducted and the people doing it,
Right.
oh, they're the ones harming
Like,
the industry,
yeah.
not the voice actors who are ruining their own movement by acting like lunatics on social media. And here's
Like,
the thing.
of course they would get fired.
There are technical aspects of this that are very complicated with the whole SAG-AFTRA, and really just kind of like the bottom line of what it means to be in that union. But the very simple outlook on this issue is very simple. The optics are very simple. There is a movement that these voice actors were controlling the narrative of for a long time, and then as soon as people start to poke at it and start realizing inconsistencies, these voice actors go mask off, they start harassment campaigns, they start acting like petulant children, and guess what? People look at that and say, wow, I don't want to support whatever your movement is. That's really how simple it is. You can look at the voice actors and how they're behaving, and it tells a very clear story, and one that shows that a lot of people don't sympathize with their cause anymore because of stuff like that. Now, continuing on,
Okay.
Little Kuribo would say this. If you see the usual grifters and anger harvesting content creators getting behind
I'll
the
just speed this
actors
up a bit.
have no right or reason to strike Hoyo titles, the union is a scam, etc. argument, I'd ask those of you who are rational to consider how steeped in ignorance that take must be to catch fire that quick. And down here they say, ask yourself if you trust the people striking for months or the people doing everything in their power to undermine
other people could take
that
the
in
job
span of a
too.
few weeks. This is very close to self-awareness. It's not the grifters, the usual grifters who are disrailing this whole movement. It's literally the voice actors. They completely crumbled their own movement by acting like a bunch of lunatics. I mean, you look at their social media accounts, it's like Arkham Asylum, dude. These people are tweeting every single minute of their day. They're still fuming over this, and they still won't accept that, maybe we shouldn't have treated Jacob Takanashi that way and handled this a little bit better and been a little less misleading with the goals of this collective work refusal. Instead, they're just dismissing all criticism as that of the product of grifters and stuff like that. And you might notice a common theme throughout all of this, not just with English voice actors, but other topics on this channel like anime and manga localizers, games journalists. They all have a burning hatred of YouTubers. They don't want to accept anything they do, any opinion they have. They call them grifters, they call them reactionaries, all that stuff. They are fuming in jealousy, and in this case, they're really
like
mad
it.
about
All
it
right.
because they've been controlling the narrative on this work refusal from day one, and now over the past month, because people have covered this situation or talked about it even on social media, it's put cracks into the movement, and now people are seeing all these people and their goals for what they really are, and these people are fuming about it, and now they're trying to downplay all the people doing coverage by labeling them as grifters and anger harvesting content creators. Now, continuing on, they try to answer someone's question about basically why even work on non-union jobs if you're a union worker, because that's what many of these participating work refusal parties were doing with Hoyoverse. But he says this, because a lot of actors want to be in the union, and union actors actively flipping those projects from within is a common way that happens. And that's very interesting because that's what people were saying from the jump, that this was a way to try to
Asmon
flip
on
Hoyoverse
vacation,
into a
otherwise he'd be
union,
shitting on
set
these.
of contracts, and people
Yeah,
were told they
probably.
were crazy and stupid for saying that stuff right from the jump. And that's
Meanwhile, I've
exactly
just
what
been
they're
busy
saying right
crunching
here.
numbers
Yes,
and
the
shit.
goal was very obvious. They wanted to flip Hoyoverse and get more people in the union, which would mean more opportunities for them and more money for the union. Like, we all understand that the way these people are going about it was deceptive and also pretty manipulative. And down here they say, you know, there's far more jobs for people who are outside of the union. again, you're just convincing people they shouldn't join the union at this point. You don't have to deal with any
Yep.
of these crazies. You don't have as much
People would rather just not join the union
responsibilities. You
then.
don't have the initiation fees. You have more job opportunities. Like, I don't know. There are benefits to joining the union, but in this case, they're not doing a very good job of presenting their case. And then we have this, where people are basically saying, I'm tired of the Yu-Gi-Oh tab on Blue Sky, basically just being Little Kuribo, posting about unions over and over again. And they say, you know, legitimately, I'm sorry if my posts about the strike are frustrating to view on your timeline. My spouse is striking, as are many of my friends. As a result, many of them are struggling. I am speaking out because I have seen people for months now misrepresent what they are struggling for. And this is the other thing that people just don't want to see over and over again. I saw it on many different pages of these voice actors. They are constantly talking about how much they're struggling, especially financially, and they have like fundraisers to pay their rent and stuff like that. And like, yeah, it sucks, you're struggling, but this is the route you took. First of all, you went into voice acting. That is already a pretty underpaid route to go, and that's
Yeah, voice
fair thing to
acting
point
not
out.
great.
Any voice actor says they don't get paid enough. I think they're onto something there. But if you're gonna refuse to work, I think you kind of lose the ability to like weaponize the fact that you're struggling or use it as a way to garner sympathy at the very least, because you chose to do this. And also, I see these people who seem to have a lot of free time on their hands, not doing anything else to try to alleviate some of the pressures they're going through. I don't know the ins and outs of their personal lives, but it seems like they have an awful lot of time to be on Blue Sky. Like, an insane
It's like
level
we're
of
firing
time
them,
they spend on this
but
app.
they're still on
But
strike.
continuing on, the problem is
Exactly.
with other posts, they're
They're
just
the ones
so
that
tone
refuse
deaf,
to
and they're
work,
trying
so
to
they
spin
get
some sort of a
fired.
narrative that all their critics are dumb and basically a bunch of wingnuts. Okay, so you have this person saying, I want to speak honestly. I think the shit around Jacob Takanashi got way too out of hand way too quickly. I still believe he's a scab. I firmly believe he knew about the strike before he took the job, and that his post was in terrible taste, but the fallout has been effed. Yeah, thanks to you guys. Again, they're trying to say, I think it went too far with Jacob Takanashi, and then they call him a scab, they call him a liar, and say his post, celebrating his new role, was in terrible taste. Do you see why people don't want to agree with you people? You can't even admit that things went too far without basically trying to get these jabs in at Takanashi. And down here, they're talking more about this stuff, saying, that being said, the people who are actively spreading misinformation need to effing stop. Professionals have talked at length about these topics, only for y'all to ignore them and listen to YouTubers with their own agenda who construct false narratives. It's like anti-vaxxers.
No,
They're
it's
calling
not.
YouTubers who dare to criticize their narrative anti-vaxxers. That's the levels they're going to here.
They're calling them anti-vaxxers. No, that's not what they are.
Let's look at some other posts. This voice actress says, never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, or a Hoyo fan how unions work. Ah, yes. Mocking your own base here. You're mocking your own customers. And people who are
Mocking your
trying to
customers,
support
damn.
your industry and make them look like they're stupid because they don't understand the deep intricacies of this strike. No, they're seeing crazy behavior.
Like, here's the thing though, right? At the end of the day, they're the customer. They don't give a fuck on what the hell is going on. They just want to make sure they get exactly what they came for. If you don't give them what they came for, they will look elsewhere. They don't give a fuck about their union or whatever the fucking dumb shit is going on around them. They don't. They get annoyed. They just want the thing to come back and they just want the thing to work. They don't give a fuck. That's what these guys don't understand. It's like they don't actually care. They just want the thing that they want, and that's all. They don't give a fuck about the other shit surrounding it. And it's not their problem either. Right? It's like, think about it this way, right? Have you ever had to deal with things like, I don't know, your postal service going on strike? Like one of the main postal services in your area? Like, over the past, past 5 years, we've had to deal with Canada Post striking, 4 or 5 times? At least over the past 5 years? And, it's just really annoying when they went on strike, because certain things would just, get delayed like crazy because shit wasn't being delivered or whatever, or you had to use a different carrier to go send your shit. It's like, I don't give a fuck about whatever is going on with their strike. I just want the thing I'm sending to get to its destination. Or, I want the package that's supposed to be sent to me in the mail to fucking arrive in the mail. It's not my problem if there's something going on with their stupid union. right? Like, that's the reality, right? The people don't actually give a fuck. And it's not their problem to deal with it. It's not theirs. They just want to make sure they get what they came for. That's all they want.
Behavior on social media. And
That's what these fucking dumbasses in their union cult need to realize. At the end of the day, the customer doesn't give a fuck. They just want to make sure they get what they came for. That's all they want. They don't give a fuck about their stupid union.
and they don't want to support it anymore. And you have other posts like this from that Sean.
Like, that's just the reality. Is it mean? Sure.
This, you're not owed niceness.
Like, it doesn't exactly sound nice, but like, you know, that's what they don't give a fuck, because it's not their problem.
From me or anyone, if I/we keep getting death threats from Genshin cells, I certainly don't owe anyone Gacha-splaining, misinformation, a customer service, have a nice day attitude. So yeah, you can go whatever route you want. You can start popping off on people.
Like, they can call them whatever they want, but like, at the end of the day, they're the customer. They want the thing to be provided. That's their job to provide it to them. Like, this is ridiculous from them. They don't actually give a fuck. That's not their problem that these dumbasses want to refuse work because they want some stupid union bullshit to be forced in. That's not their problem. If anything, the sooner they get replaced, the better it is for the customer. They want them. They should instead just get rid of them all. If this is how they're gonna behave. Because at the end of the day, the customer just wants the thing there. They just want the product they came for, and they want it to just work. They don't give a fuck about all this other bullshit. They don't. They do not care. Oh yeah, they should have been replaced 3-6 however many months ago when they started. They should have just all gotten replaced if this is how they were gonna act.
On social media, but see how that's worked out so far. It's not worked out very well, and referring to Genshin players as incels is just pathetic behavior. This is such a blue sky post dismissing all of your critics as these nasty incels, but let's look at one more thing here, another reason why people are just cringing whenever they see this stuff, and a conversation about the work refusal. This person says, the solution is so simple a caveman can figure it out, and yet ignorant folks will just blame the VAs actively striking and protesting to have...
Well, yes, of course, they're the ones to blame. Because at the end of the day, the reality is, they don't care about their stupid strike. They are there for the product. They came to get the product. You don't give them the product, they are going to get mad. This doesn't matter. This shit does not matter. That is not their problem. It is not. Yep. And like, the thing is with unions, eventually, depending on how big they get and whatever comes in there, they end up getting even more fucked up. In some cases too. Because like, there are also a bunch of unions where like, even where the unions will just exploit their own members too. And that happens a lot too from time to time. In various different unions. Things can get more fucked up there too. And you have your own crazy cults that can form in them as well. When certain people running the thing in charge end up taking things too far and things just get worse. And then of course also it's like you gotta pay shit to be in the union as well. So like depending on how you're working and where you're working, it's just like shit. So like I have to pay this much of my salary to taxes or whatever. Then I have to go this thing to the union, and then I have to use this thing to pay for rent. I gotta pay for food. I gotta pay for this. I gotta pay for that. And then how much do I have left? It's just like, yeah, the customer only cares about the product and whatever it has to offer, not the process of making it. Exactly. They don't give a fuck on how it's made. They just want to make sure that they have what they came for. They don't care about all the other crazy shit involved. That's not their problem. They just want to make sure, you know, that they actually get what they came for. And they also care for if it's priced accordingly. If it's too high, if it's too high for them, they're not gonna buy it either. Right? They don't care about how it's made. It's just if it's made at all. That's all they care for.
Basic human rights. Protesting to have basic human... They're missing basic human rights?
Damn.
What human rights do they not
Yeah,
have?
what are they
and also they go
missing?
on to say, this is all about guaranteeing that their voices won't be used by AI. We're past that. We know that's not the main goal. We know that everyone involved is protected in one way or another, especially if they're in the union. And yeah, this was the attempt to get more people on board with their narrative. But of course, we know at the end of the day, and as we've seen even in this video, this was about flipping Hoyoverse. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. That's the latest set. That's probably a very small chunk of what's actually going on. Blue Sky is just overlooked.
Yeah, they're just being a very papega, man. But it is what it is, man. With these guys. It is what it is. Wait, there wasn't really that much new shit sent. Now that I think about it. Right. I guess I can finally look at this video. Alright, Mr. Cake, let's see.
Crystal of Atlan's global release is nearing, and I know there's a huge global audience salivating for an anime-style cross-platform traditional action RPG MMO that doesn't involve pulling gacha for characters. After trying out their previous global closed betas, the devs decided to sponsor me for this video, so I went deep. I've done extensive research. I'm here to bring you a full showcase and recommendation of all 8 launch classes, so you'll know exactly which one to pick as your main. This isn't just a surface level overview. I'll be breaking down each class's playstyle, farming efficiency, and raid viability.
Check the comments,
Before we dive in, let's talk about what makes Crystal of Atlas stand out. This is a game built around smooth, exhilarating combat where every combo flows into the next. You're in full control of movement and skills, and it just feels good to play. Combat isn't just ground-based either. Aerial combos let you take fights vertically, adding a whole new layer of mobility and style. You'll also have access to multiple classes from the start, each packed with over 20 skill combinations to experiment with. No unlock hoops. Whether you're into fast-paced swordplay, long-range precision, or chaotic magical nukes, there's something here for you. It's worth noting that the game does follow a traditional gender-locked class system, but don't worry, there's full character customization and a wide range of cosmetics to make your character feel unique and personal. And if you'd like to squad up, challenging team battles await. From co-op dungeons to guild fleets, the game encourages social play and lets you connect with others easily. All of this takes place in a unique magic punk world where high-tech gear and arcane forces collide. You'll journey through ancient ruins, uncover secrets, and clash with powerful factions in a setting that's honestly unlike anything else out there. Of course, this is an MMO, so balance changes are bound to happen over time. But the good news is that Crystal of Atlas supports shared storage between your alts, meaning it's actually encouraged to try out all the classes since they can help you farm gear and resources for your main. Alright, with that out of the way, let's jump into the class showcase. Let's start with the Swordsman, the classic melee greatsword class that embodies raw power. This class splits into 2 radically different playstyles that cater to opposite player psychologies. The Berserker is the class for real men who want to charge into battle without overthinking. This is pure Unga Bunga warrior gameplay at its finest. You build rage, unleash massive AoEs, and have multiple survival tools including a built-in damage shield and lifesteal. But what truly sets Berserkers apart is their endgame cheat death ability. This single passive makes them raid superstars, allowing them to survive fatal hits that would wipe other classes. For beginners or players who just want reliable performance without finger gymnastics, this is objectively the safest pick. Now we arrive at the Magiblade. For the confused, edgy players who insist on using swords but refuse to do physical damage, this is essentially Crystal of Atlan's version of Dragon Nest Moonlord Allurant Knight, throwing out waves of magical sword slashes that look spectacular with advanced surgical precision. Let's be blunt, Magiblade has the highest skill ceiling in the game. Speedrunners have shown what's possible when you master its animation cancels and perfect your positioning. We're talking top tier magic DPS numbers. The class has no crutches, no shield, no cheat death, just your own mechanical skill. Where Magic Blade truly shines is Golden Fleece farming. Its wave clearing capabilities are unmatched when played correctly, but I must stress this is not recommended as your first character unless you're absolutely confident in your action game.
So the hardest one to play is that one, okay.
The Musketeer class offers gun-focused gameplay with two distinct specializations that might as well be different classes entirely. First, the Bounty Hunter, where your damage primarily comes from basic attacks building combo count. This auto-targeting mechanic makes her exceptionally strong against hypermobile bosses where skill shots classes struggle. Her simple playstyle revolves around maintaining optimal distance and letting her pistols do the work. Perfect for players who want effective DPS without complex rotation. However, this simplicity comes with trade-offs. The Bounty Hunter struggles immensely in any content requiring aerial combat or vertical mobility, which players colloquially call floors lava scenarios. Her kit is very grounded, literally. Her performance varies wildly between encounters, dominating
so
against
you're stuck
ADHD
grounded,
bosses that never
okay.
stand still, but falling behind when content forces you to jump and be airborne, thus breaking your combo count. Where she consistently performs well is Golden Fleece farming. Her auto-targeting basics make quick work of scattered mobs, and she's beginner-friendly enough to recommend as a first character for range enthusiasts. Now for the Gunner, the Artillery Specialist. This is where you trade the Bounty Hunter simplicity for big, satisfying explosions. Your damage comes from long-range AoE skills with massive hitboxes, making you raid MVP for shield-breaking phases and ad control.
Okay.
Gunners enjoy exceptional safety thanks to their range, and their airtime during skills give them unique positioning options. The playstyle is straightforward: learn your optimal skill rotation, manage heat, aim carefully, and watch things explode. The only real weakness is farming efficiency. While serviceable at Golden Fleece, Gunners can't compete with dedicated farming specs. Their skills are overkill for trash mobs and often leave you waiting on cooldowns. This is absolutely a raid first specialization.
Raid first, okay. Sure. What's this one?
The Magister class represents Crystal Vatlin's traditional spellcasting archetype, but with some surprising twists. Elementalists are your classic glass cannon mages with a semi-melee twist, and don't let the ranged spells fool you. Any of your most damaging abilities require you to be dangerously close. This creates a unique risk-reward dynamic where positioning is everything. What's surprising is how grounded the spec feels. Unlike some mage classes in other games, Elementalists don't have much airtime or mobility tools.
No mobility, no airtime.
Which makes you vulnerable to knockbacks and interrupts. Where they excel is Golden Fleece farm. Their AoE capabilities make them one of the fastest farmers in the game, and the rotation is simple
so very
enough
good AoE.
Just don't expect the top raid meters
for
mastered fight timings. Now for the Warlock, arguably the edgiest class in the game with those massive black wings. This is an even more melee intensive mage that specializes in lifesteal, sustained damage over time. Your playstyle revolves around maintaining multiple dots while using your superior airtime to avoid damage. There's a catch though. Warlocks live and die by the cooldown reduction, which primarily comes from specific pets. Without the right pet setup, Warlocks can struggle with uptime. This makes them one of the least free-to-play friendly options in the game. When properly equipped, Warlocks are absolute raid.
So they're like pet reliant.
Exceptionally well in both Golden Fleece and endgame content, offering a rare blend of survivability and damage. But that, when properly equipped qualifier, is doing a lot of work here. The Puppeteer remains Crystal Vatlin's most unique launch class compared to other MMOs, offering a completely different gameplay from anything else out there. Let's address the elephant in the room first. Scytheguard is the only true support character in the entire game. This makes Scytheguard players the most sought after commodity for any serious raid group. What's impressive is how well rounded Scytheguards are. They provide essential heals and buffs while still dealing respectable damage. CN Parse data shows skilled and invested Scytheguard players can even keep up with DPS players' outputs, while at the same time keeping their team alive. The playstyle is flexible too. You can focus entirely on supporting or mix in damage as needed. For players who enjoy team content and want instant kills, this is objectively the best choice. Golden Fleece farming is smooth thanks to your sustain, though not record breaking. Just be prepared for responsibility. When raids fail, supports are often the first to be blamed, and just hope your team leader is friendly or just lead the team yourself.
Okay. And then there's this one.
Then we have the Blade Maiden, Crystal Vatlin's 2-in-1 character. This is the DPS puppet spec where your puppet mimics what you do, so you end up dealing twice the damage. On paper, it sounds amazing. In practice, well, let's look at the facts. You are a melee range squishy mage with long cast times, no burst damage, and a rotation that forces you to be grounded to cast. Why melee range when you can stay back and let the puppet do all the work? Well, then you would lose half your damage.
Yeah,
The
because
skill
the
ceiling is
puppet does
tremendous,
half your damage.
since you gotta control and position both yourself and the puppet, and see in server
High
statistics
skill
show Blade
ceiling,
Maiden
yeah.
has the lowest average DPS of any class and in inexperienced hands, and even at a peak performance can barely match others in DPS. Unless you're absolutely in love with the puppet fantasy or enjoy extreme challenges, it's hard to recommend this spec outside of PvP. Both
Yeah,
Golden Fleece
makes
and Raid
sense.
performance are merely okay, and the
It's
effort
just
required
PvP
is
spec, this
disproportionate to
one.
results. The Blade Maiden mains are either masochists or future esport pros, which is further reflected in the PvP leaderboards being dominated by this class, as the control of the puppet offers an extra layer of complexity in PvP decision making and mind games that other classes do not offer.
Yep. Makes sense. That's
After
like
all this analysis, here are my final recommendations. For brand new players, a Berserker or Bounty Hunter provides the smoothest onboarding. They're forgiving, perform well in most content, and don't require specialized gear. Dedicated farmers or alts should prioritize Magic Blade or Elementalist. Their AoE capabilities make Golden Fleece runs trivial once mastered. Raid enthusiasts have 3 top choices: Berserker for melee, Gunner for ranged, or Warlock for magic DPS. Support players have exactly one optimal choice: the Scythe Guard. Its unique utility
Scythe
ensures
Guard
you will
only
always be
support.
welcome in groups.
That's
As for Blade Maiden,
unfortunate.
only consider this if you prioritize PvP
Yeah,
over
Puppet
anything
Master
else,
for
and
PvP
you enjoy
tryhard.
mastering difficult playstyles for their own sake. And since PvP in Crystal Atlan is completely balanced, why not just play her as one of your alts instead? Finally, there's a saying that really fits here: meta is temporary, but being cool is eternal. The global version might see some balance changes, but at the end of the day, personal enjoyment is what matters most. The best class is always the one you'll enjoy playing and mastering. So that's it for
There
this
you
video.
go.
Drop a comment, let me know which class you're planning to main. I'd love to hear your picks.
The
And don't
Nito
forget,
support, but blame
pre-register for
support
Crystal
for being
Valley
the
using the link in the description. You'll unlock exclusive in-game rewards, get early access bonuses, and enter a giveaway for prizes like the iPhone 16 Pro Max 1TB, Apple Watch Ultra 2, AirPods Max, PS5 Pro, and more. If we hit 8 million pre-registration milestone, everyone scores a free Legend Returns outfit, so make sure you're signed up.
And there you go. That's the Crystal of Atlan thing. It's neat, but like, so much of the shit is like so gated that it's like, eh. Cause like, even the story is stamina gated. From when I played the beta. So it's like, I don't know. But yeah, it's like, you need support, then people blame the support. It is what it is, man. That one is copyrighted. I guess 4chan is back. Okay. What is this thing here? What is this?
When you think of paranormal evidence, you probably think of an image or video of some kind of shadow or apparition. But
Alright.
sometimes paranormal evidence can apparently look like these shorts. Believe it or not, these mild-mannered shorts
Okay.
had something happen to them that is unexplainable. In fact, some have said that what has
I'll probably pass. It depends, man. When is it even coming out? It depends on, like, timing and shit. But, like, I don't know.
happened to them is physically impossible. Go on, take a look. Notice anything strange? Probably not, but that's okay, because by the end of this video, you will be an expert. You are going to know everything about these shorts, whether you want to or not. Are these shorts really paranormal evidence, or is there a more rational explanation? Hey there! I'm actually working on a fairly in-depth video about Mr. Beast's Beast Games reality show right now, much to your surprise, I imagine. So I figured the best video to precede a really mainstream pop culture topic like that would be one about paranormal shorts. What can I say? I know how to stay relevant on this website. Now, if you're a cycling enthusiast, you're either mumbling under your breath or screaming at your TV right now that actually this piece of clothing is actually called a cycling bib, or even just a bib for short. which I find
What?
hard to say with a straight face. When I think
A
of bibs,
bib? What?
I think of babies.
Yeah,
But when the
same. I think of the
cycling
baby
community thinks
stuff.
of bibs, they think about an irreplaceable piece of cycling gear. And they speak of it with awe-inspired reverence. Bib shorts. Where have you been all my life? Bib appreciation post. What are the best bibs? I even tried asking Google AI, aren't bibs kind of a silly name? And I guess Google AI is a cyclist too, because it very definitively was like, no, it's not a silly name actually. It perfectly describes the kind of garment it is. All right, fine. I'm wrong. There's nothing funny or silly about a grown adult putting on their bib in the morning, especially when it's a haunted bib. Ooh. This picture was posted to Reddit in 2011 by a user named Your Bathroom with the description, so I took my bibs out of the dryer this morning and the left suspender is twisted. WTF. I've tried everything I can think of to undo this twist with no success. I can make it worse, but not any better. This is not a joke. I really can't get the twist out, and it's frustrating the shit out of me. Any help would be appreciated. Thanks in advance. Whoa, sounds like he's got a bib problem on his hands.
Bib problem.
Oh, that's the title of the thread. Your Bathroom, or Kurt, as his name appears to be, ended up posting more images of the bib in order to show the issue a little clearer, and even multiple videos showing the twisted bib in motion. Keep in mind that, like I said, this is from 2011, so the video quality is not very good. You have to kind of squint to see what's wrong with the bib. But don't worry about that. People in the replies became so fascinated with this twisted bib that there's dozens of pictures of it from all kinds of different angles. There's even 3D models and hand-drawn illustrations.
Why?
But probably the best way for me to show you exactly what the issue is to show you on an actual Primal Wear cycling bib, which I have right here.
Okay.
I know that sounded like it was going to be a sponsor intro, but it's not. It would have been a good one, though. Actually, can you imagine if I did that? Check out this haunted bib from today's sponsor.
Alright then.
Yeah. Well, this video is actually sponsored by Factor. Factor is a meal delivery service that sends fresh, that's code, but you don't want to leave the house. As someone with 2 kids under 2, I can relate. Code 51. So, I have here a Primal Wear cycling bib that's just like the one that Kurt has in his little Reddit post. Sorry, that sounded really demeaning, his little Reddit post. I just realized how dark it is, so now you can actually see me. The only difference really is the color scheme and that it doesn't have like Reddit on the side for some weird reason. I couldn't find the Reddit cycling bib, so I guess it was a custom job or something. Honestly, that kind of made me a little suspicious seeing a Reddit cycling bib. There have to have been only like one of those ever made, and he's got it. Now, I want to make it known, I only got this cycling bib for this video, okay? Not for any other reason. Don't plan on using it. I plan to destroy it when the video's done, okay?
Okay.
Don't get it twisted. Right, but we're gonna take a look at what exactly this stuff is made of, because I want to have a hands-on experience with this.
So yeah, why was they sent a video about a cycling bib?
About the bib that's not apparent from the pictures or the videos. All right, so here's how you're supposed to wear it, and I will not model it for you. Okay.
Okay,
nice try.
good.
Now, you can see spicier things than that on my Instagram. You wear it with the straps in front and then this in the back, right? So this is the strap that he shows is all twisted, and it's twisted once, twice, 3 times a lady. This is basically how the twist looks, right? But the thing is, it's done without this part happening right here. It looks like this on the bottom, but then it's twisted twice, and then it's straight on top. So this is what makes the twist unnatural, right? Now I brought another visual aid to show you exactly what the problem is. You can do this same example with a belt at home, okay? Just twist the belt. Now, put the belt through the loop and close the loop. Okay?
Okay.
Now imagine that this is the bib strap, right? Try as you might, there's really no way to straighten it out once it gets to this state. And this is the state that Kurt's bib is in. No matter where you move the twist, it's always there. The most that you can do is move it to where it's maybe less noticeable, like this, but see...
No, you can fix it by folding it inside itself to untwist it. No, you can fix it by folding it inside itself to untwist it.
It's the twist is still up here. The only way to get the twist out of it when it gets to this point is to open the belt loop.
No, there's another
and
way.
Straighten it out once it becomes like, you know, like this. Whatever this.
No, there is another way. And it's like so simple.
State of it is called. All right, I never wear belts unless I'm going to a
You have
wedding
to just
or funeral,
fold it inside
so,
itself or whatever.
That for now. Let's get back to the bib. One thing that I was wondering about the bib is if there was like a material inside the material that could have gotten twisted, but there's not. I mean, it's just, I don't know how well you can see it. I'll maybe show it up close on the camera in another shot, but it's very thin material. There's really no opportunity for anything funky to happen with like the material inside the material or anything like that. Now with that said, once you get past the sort of, I guess, I don't know what you call it, the breathable material in the strap, you get to this kind of smoother material down here, and as far as I can tell, there's no material inside the material here either. But well, what we're going to do is we're going to find out for sure. And I know you cyclists are cringing right now. What's he doing to that bib? Keep the scissors away from the bib! Okay, here we go. I'm cutting through it. I'm looking to see if the material can be separated at all. And it looks like that's unlikely. I should have brought a magnifying glass for this, but really the whole point of examining it like this is to make sure that there's no funny stuff happening with like the bib itself. The material really is just one piece, and it's incredibly thin. The breathable material, like I can see my fingers through it.
On the comment
section. There'd be no way to like hide anything. And if someone were to cut the material like this and then twist it, right, and then reattach it, that would be so obvious. I mean, you'd have to be a master seamster to get that to where it would be invisible and you wouldn't notice it. It would end up looking kind of like the shoulder strap does, where there's a seam, right? Where that's really obvious. I mean, you look at it and you're like, yeah, there's a seam there. So I don't see any way that somebody could cut the strap, twist it, right, and then re-sew it. Like, we would sniff that out. With all the angles that Kurt gives for the bib, we would be able to see that easily. And at least one of the shots are in the video at the very least. If you're curious about which bib this is, it's the Men's Helix 2.0 bib. So, yeah, some real premium bibbage here. Alright, well, we're done with this. Into the trash it goes. Yeah, I just wanted to cut it up and look at its insides.
What was
the next
the point?
step is we've got to run it through the dryer and see if we can naturally replicate the circumstances in which it got this impossible tangle. Now you might ask, how are we going to do that when we've got the shoulder strap cut? And you'll be relieved to know that actually I got a second bib, so we have an intact one to still experiment with. I only bought two bibs, but Primal was probably freaking out. I'm just imagining them on the phone.
Someone sent me this video to react to about...
We can't keep up with the demand. We have 2 orders tonight. Buy, sell. So yeah, we're going to run these through the dryer, and we'll see if we can get it twisted. It's time to get twisted.
Okay. So they put the thing in the dryer.
The beating of the dryer drum droned on in the back of my mind. As the unknowable truth approached, I was filled with increasing dread. night after night, day after day, for what seemed like an eternity. Lulled to sleep by the thrumming of my impending doom,
Uh-huh.
the fateful day arrived. I extracted the bib, and, to my horror, it
Was totally normal. Not
Yep.
twisted at all. Yay! Part of the problem with solving this mysterious twist is that it seems very difficult or even impossible to replicate. I can get the bib all twisted up in the dryer, but it will always naturally untwist. But maybe there's a good reason that we can't replicate the problem. When Kurt cross-posted his bicycling subreddit post to the mathematics subreddit, the mathematicians there were very quick to tell him that this kind of twist is impossible to naturally occur. The twist in question is topologically unremovable, and therefore the fabric itself must have been altered. After
Okay.
stumping both the bicycling and mathematics subreddits, the origin of this twisted bib is left with only a few possibilities. The first possibility is that the way this bib got double twisted is through human interference of some kind. Like
Hi,
this comment
Kumaki.
theorizes, the fabric...
It's going, man. We were sent this weird video to look at. Oh yeah, Void Piercer got buffed. Void Piercer got buffed. So, like, that's neat. We got Void Piercer buff. But yeah.
must have been altered. The second possibility is
Just
that the bib
just the off-field stuff for each of the different elements, though, except for altered.
twist is evidence
But yeah,
of
Void Piercer got buffed.
paranormal activity. Now, if you're wondering what exactly this means, people that support this possibility aren't saying that the bib is haunted. I joked about that a few times in this video, but they were just jokes. There's no spirit or ghost involved. Instead, this follows a more general definition of the word paranormal.
Where's the
Paranormal isn't a
compensation?
term only used in reference to spirit.
The compensation is you do more damage. That's your compensation.
Spirits and apparitions. It also describes
Your
phenomena
compensation
that cannot
is
be
in-
explained
In
by
favor of your
science.
stuff.
That includes ghosts, but also other stuff like psychokinesis, or in the case of this bib, a glitch in the matrix. This viral Twitter thread,
Okay.
for example, couches the twisted bib as a unique and bizarre piece of paranormal evidence, saying later in the
I don't
thread
know.
that it's an example of a
I don't know if they're gonna
flaw
sell
in
it or not.
reality. I'm not going to say that the 40,000 people who liked this thread all thought that the twisted bib is an example of a paranormal glitch in the Matrix, but there were some people replying who said they thought it was scary. I just got chills, replies Nico. Unsettling. Bookmarked, remarks Jimmy. Oh, I don't like this, protests Moniza. What a terrifying thing to read right before bed, laments Seto Kaiba. In the minds
Alright.
of these people, it's possible for a cyclist to put a normal bib in the wash, then the fabric of reality randomly glitches, resulting in a twisted bib that is impossible to naturally occur. There's actually a significant number of people out there that believe something like this is possible. There's subreddits just like this one, Glitch in the Matrix, that are dedicated to people's stories of things like meeting people who didn't exist, phone calls from dead family members, people saying they've phased in and out of existence, stuff like that.
Sure.
Personally, I'm of the opinion that most of these are fictional. Kind of reads more like a creepypasta Reddit
Yep.
than anything else. And I'm sure we've all heard of the Mandela effect, where you remember something differently than it actually happened. Like swearing that the Berenstein Bears were spelled with an E, rather.
Actually, both of them are correct. Here's the thing, right? Both of these are correct because there was TV guides that actually spelled it wrong. That spelled it this way. But there's also books that spelled it, but the actual books spelled it the other way. Both exist. It's just that whichever one you saw more of is probably what you're gonna think. But like typos, seen them in TV guides back in the day, where they would spell it wrong, but in the book had it spelled the other way.
Than an A. These are all examples of phenomena that some people will accept a paranormal explanation for. And, I mean, I get it. Life can be pretty unbelievable sometimes. Like Mark Twain once said, truth is stranger than fiction. I mean, I've experienced the Mandela effect many times, actually.
Okay.
I have false memories of Nelson Mandela dying in prison in like the 1990s, 1980s, when that never happened. I have false memories of the Berenstain Bears being spelled differently. And I have false memories of seeing actress Shirley Temple portray Little Orphan Annie. I could have sworn that the actor Sinbad portrayed a genie in a kids movie called Shazam. And yeah, Shaquille O'Neal portrayed a genie in a movie called Kazam, but that was a different movie, okay? It was a rival movie. But actually, no such Sinbad genie film exists. The unreliability of our memories is hard to come to grips with when...
Yeah, there's a VHS with a typo on the side. That also has happened. Yeah.
There's no proof. You might start coming up with conspiracy theories, like that I'm from the Berenstain dimension, and at some point I unwittingly glitched into the Berenstain universe. Because that would explain why I remember something that never existed. But the catch with that is that there's all kinds of examples of collective misremembering that have definitive proof, like famous movie quotes, for example. I could have sworn that Darth Vader said, "Luke, I am your father," in Star Wars, but he doesn't.
No, I am your father.
Chris Farley in Tommy Boy is the one that popularized the misquoted line.
Luke, I am your father.
I've interrupted happy time.
The evil queen in Snow White never says, "Mirror, mirror on the wall."
Magic mirror on the wall.
Ingrid Bergman never says, "Play it again, Sam," in Casablanca.
Okay.
But it's not just movie quotes we sometimes misremember. I am telling you, I remember Vice Presidential candidate Sarah Palin saying, "I could see Russia from my house in Alaska." But she didn't. That was Tina Fey on Saturday Night Live.
And I can see Russia from my house.
So, I'm a fan of the superhero satire show The Boys, and I especially like doing an unflattering impression of one of the lead characters, a certain Billy Butcher, portrayed by Carl Urban. Mild spoilers for The Boys, but it's important for my story. Billy's ex-wife had a child with this awful superhero named Homelander. And Homelander was continuing a relationship with Billy's ex-wife, despite her not wanting anything to do with him. So Billy's been like spying on Homelander and seeing what he's up to. Anyway, one of my friends and I were talking about the show, and we started doing Billy Butcher impressions at each other. And at one point, I remember a scene from the show where one of the other characters was asking Billy, after one of his little spy sessions, about how Homelander was doing. And Billy responded with, "Homelander, he's just great. He's having breakfast with me wife." My friend and I thought this direct quote was so funny. We would just start quoting it to each other. "What'd you do this weekend? Did you have breakfast with me wife?" You know, just stupid banter like that. And all this time, we thought we were quoting an actual scene from the show.
No.
So imagine my surprise when I rewatched the show with me wife, funnily enough, and we watched the very first episode, catch all the way up to present day, and Billy Butcher never says anything about Homelander having breakfast with his wife. We made up that scene together. Imagined what Billy would probably say in that situation, and then gaslit ourselves into thinking it actually happened.
Yeah, we just gaslight
We call the
ourselves.
incident Breakfastgate. Homelander, he never had breakfast with me wife after all. So anyway, back to the twisted bib. Kurt insists that the bib was completely normal before it was put in the wash, and that he even wore it a few times. And he totally would have noticed if it was twisted, because he's very particular about that kind of thing. Kurt's claim that the dryer randomly twisted the bib like this is the key to the whole intrigue. And the rational explanation for this is that Kurt is either being deceptive or he's mistaken. Let's put this part to rest.
Yep.
This twist is impossible to naturally occur in the dryer. It just is. What isn't impossible is that the twist was already there from a manufacturing defect, and it was shipped to Kurt in this state. He simply didn't notice it until taking it out of the dryer. It's also possible that the twist was present, but not in as noticeable a place like the left strap. As Kurt demonstrates in this video, you can actually move the twist to a different area of the bib.
Yep.
Up on the shoulder, for example. I know Kurt said he would have noticed the twist because he's very particular, and no offense, but I also think I would have noticed if they spelled Berenstein with an A for some unholy reason. Here's another possibility. A lot of people analyzing this situation have theorized that maybe Kurt's girlfriend or someone else decided to prank him by pulling the bib out of the dryer, cutting the shoulder strap, twisting it twice, then sewing it back together. And I like where their head's at, but just looking at this thing, I feel like we would see exactly where it was sewn back on because it would be really obvious. Finally, there's the very easy and unfun possibility that Kurt is simply trolling. He got a defective bib, he decided to have some fun before he returned it for a new one, which is what he ended up doing, actually.
Yep.
The cursed bib is Primalware's problem now, or the local junkyard. Actually, I hear that Primal locked the flawed reality bib away under lock and key, much like the haunted Annabelle doll. Now, whether the mysterious case of the twisted bib was a result of a lie, a prank, or, as I think is most likely, an undetected manufacturing defect, I would go with any of those three possible explanations.
No shot, it's not a manufacturing defect.
Paranormal one. Sometimes things happen that we can't explain in the moment, and even for years afterwards, we might still not be able to explain exactly what happened. But just because we don't have the evidence to support a rational explanation doesn't automatically make it rational to support an explanation with no evidence. And with that, who's looking forward to the next video on Beast Game?
Yeah, I don't know why it was sent that. Alright, let's see. There's a deep dive into Pokemon Legends Arceus scrapped content. Alright,
now
what do you
that
got
we've
here?
done deep dives on all 8 generations, today we're taking the next step in covering Legends Arceus. As always, instead of talking about topics you may already know about, my goal is to focus on the lesser known details, the stuff you might not have heard before. We're gonna break this video down into 4 sections. First, the origins of a game and the 2019 pitch document. Then we're gonna look at details from the 2020 build. Then the pre-release details and how the game evolved after its reveal in the lead up to its release. And finally, we're gonna cover all of the scrapped content still in the final game's files. So let's start with a pitch document. This document is titled 2021 Project Outline, which immediately tells us that Legends Arceus was initially being targeted for a 2021 release. The file itself appears to have been last updated in September 2020, but because of the way Japanese dates are formatted, it actually tells us that the document was last updated in September 2019. Now, it's unclear if this was the initial pitch date, or if a pitch was first drafted early in 2019, but assuming Legends Arceus had around 2 years and some change for development, I think it's fair to assume that this pitch was originally written sometime earlier in 2019, with active development beginning later that same year. The doc also notes that this project came from Game Freak's development Division 2. Division 1 is likely responsible for the mainline titles, while Division 2 tends to focus on the titles in between, like remakes and experimental games, like Let's Go and Legends. Page 2 again confirms the 2021 target, but as we know, Legends Arceus was ultimately released in early 2022 instead, and to fill the 2021 slot, Game Freak brought in Ilka to develop Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Now here's where things get interesting. On page 3, the document gets into the actual development philosophy. It mentions that Game Freak were considering a Diamond and Pearl remake, and it seems they hadn't yet fully decided whether to go with a traditional remake using the current technology or go this experimental route. The way it's worded is really intriguing. Assuming development on Legends started around late 2019 and this document was written a while before that, it makes me wonder, what if Game Freak was seriously considering both paths? Now this might sound a bit tinfoil hat, but we know Game Freak has written about hypothetical scenarios in the past, and considering they were still weighing their options in 2019, what if they wrote up a Diamond and Pearl remake pitch document too? If that's the case, it could explain a whole lot, especially the concept art found in the BDSP art book. For those that don't know, some of the concept artwork in that book shows off a modern, almost open world version of Sinnoh, and I always found that strange. Why would Ilka, working on a faithful remake with a short turnaround time, produce concept art that suggests something way more ambitious? So here's my theory. These concept art didn't come from Ilka at all. They came from Game Freak's original pitch for a traditional Sinnoh remake using modern technology. If that's true, we may have just solved the mystery behind those concept images. Continuing on the second page,
the remake we never got.
The pitch document outlines something even more important. It straight up says that this project is meant to pave the way for the next generation of Pokemon. It confirms that Game Freak wasn't just experimenting for the sake of doing something new. They were actively trying to lay the technical groundwork for the next generation and the series' future, especially when it comes to open world gameplay. I think it's interesting looking at it from Game Freak's perspective. Specifically from a technology development standpoint, they knew Pokemon was heading towards the open world direction, but they also knew that they couldn't suddenly pull off a full-scale open world game in just 2 to 3 years. So instead, they started laying the technological groundwork all the way back in Sword and Shield with the wild area. Then, instead of focusing their efforts towards creating a traditional remake of Diamond and Pearl, they focused their energy on Legends Arceus, a project that would push the technology even further and bring them closer to the open world game they were eventually going to create. Then, finally, with Scarlet and Violet, all those pieces came together, and it culminated in their first true open world Pokemon game. While it wasn't perfect, and there's still many improvements to make, it was the first, and it will only help Game Freak create a better open world in the future. Of course, I still think it would have been amazing to see a traditional Sinnoh remake, but considering the time constraints and all the moving parts behind the scenes, it's honestly kind of incredible that Legends Arceus exists at all. Delays or not, they pulled it off, and more importantly, they laid some of the technical and creative foundation for what came next. And it really changes how I see the Legends series as a whole. They're not just experimental titles, they're Game Freak's opportunity to develop their technology, push boundaries, and prepare for the next era of Pokemon. And that just gets me even more excited for Legends EA. Page 4 talks about the intended target audience for the game, specifically overseas core gamers, especially those deeply embedded in gaming culture. The idea was to appeal to a demographic that typically doesn't play Pokemon. Moving on to page 5, it starts to break down the general foundation of the game, and we finally get our first look at some concept art. It mentions that the game would be based on Pokemon World folktales, and set around 150 years in the past, which lines up perfectly with what we ended up getting. One of the early concept pieces shows a dense, untamed forest. There's also early concept art of the Cobalt coastlands, and an early design of a protagonist. What's interesting here is that at this point, there doesn't seem to be any intention of making the main character resemble the Diamond and Pearl protagonists. That idea likely came a little later. Then we get to page 7, which shows this massive sweeping area, clearly intended to showcase a large open space for the player to explore. It looks pretty close to the final in-game environments, just stripped of the fine details. From this point onward, a lot of the pages I'm flipping through just go into more detail about the game setting, most of which matches what we saw in the final release. Page 13 is especially cool. It features one of the early beta screenshots of the game. I like that the placeholder is literally just Brock. Then on page 18 we get a look at the original story pitch, and it's a little different. The wording's a bit rough, so bear with me while I try to make sense of it. So the idea was that the protagonist would time travel back 150 years. In order to return to the modern world, they'd have to join a pioneer group and start researching Pokemon with them. From there, the player would catch powerful Pokemon in different regions, but at some point they'd face a major choice, siding with one of the two opposing factions. The decision would have massive consequences, eventually putting the entire world at risk and causing the protagonist to lose the trust of their friends. To earn that trust back, the protagonist would have to go through a trial set by the Lake Guardians, and it seems to imply that you'd briefly return to the present The game would then climax with a player going back to the past, climbing Mount Coronet and confronting a legendary Pokemon. Now, a lot of these story beats did make it into the final game, but there are a few key differences. For example, the player does get expelled from Jubilife Village later in the game, but it's not a result of any choice you make. It's just part of the story. After you get expelled, you do have the option to side with either the Diamond or Pearl clan, but realistically that choice doesn't affect much. The trial with the Lake Guardians is still there too, but in the final game, the player never returns to the present, not even in the ending. It's likely a return to the present art was completely scrapped. Moving on to page 19, we get some more concept art that looks like it was done further into pre-production. Akari's design is pretty much finalized at this point. But what really stands out is the environment. The scenery here is just gorgeous, even more detailed and atmospheric than what we got in the final build. I think Legends Arceus still looks solid overall, but seeing how Game Freak initially envisioned the world is always fascinating. Page 20 gives us another stunning concept piece, but this time the protagonist looks quite a bit different. I wonder why that is. Also, here's a comparison shot showing the Sword and Shield protagonists in the beta Legends Arceus lighting. It really shows how much impact lighting direction can have. There's a beta version of a Hisui map included too. Comparing it to the promotional artwork and the actual in-game map, you'll notice some pretty major changes. For starters, the Obsidian Fieldlands looks completely restructured. Even Jubilife Village is positioned a bit differently in relation to the surrounding area. Surprisingly, the Cobalt Coastlands looks nearly identical across all three versions of a map. It's absolutely spot on. It even includes the volcano off the coast. The biggest change has to be the Crimson Merlands. Not only does it look larger in the final game, but the entire biome in general looks different from what we eventually got. The next few pages dive even deeper into the early concept build, with a heavy focus on the core gameplay. One section even directly compares the throwing mechanics to shooter-style controls. This next slide really caught my attention, as it gives us a look at the concept battle screen. It mentions that both positioning and trainer actions would be incorporated into the battle mechanics, which hints at a more active style of combat than what we eventually got.
Yeah, we didn't get that part.
The moves were also mapped to real-time controls, meaning instead of navigating through move selection, you'd simply press a face button to use each move. It's clear from the—
Wait, isn't that what they're doing with ZA instead? Isn't that kind of what they're doing with Legend ZA?
Concept pitch that this was the direction Game Freak originally intended to go in. But now that we have more context surrounding Legend ZA, we learned that the game is confirmed to be using a real-time combat system, and it's heavily speculated that the Pokemon move in sync with the player, and so it gives this pitch document a new perspective. Because when you look back at these early Arceus screenshots, it kinda feels like this was the intention all along. I mean, it only makes sense. Why would the trainer be able to move in battle, but the Pokemon stay static in a real-time combat system? This image even shows a Pokemon running towards its opponent while the trainer moves alongside it, just like what's been teased for Legend ZA. So while they didn't exactly abandon this idea, it makes you wonder why they didn't go all in with real-time combat in Legends Arceus. Here's a look at how the crafting menu appeared in the early stages of development. It's pretty rough around the edges, but it's cool to see how the mechanics were already taking shape at this point. I noticed that one of the slides highlight Ursaring as one of the noble Pokemon. Now if you've played the final game, you'll know that Ursaring didn't end up being one of them. It was an alpha Pokemon instead. It also looks huge in this concept. Kind of a shame we never got to see it take the spotlight as a noble. We also get a look at some early concept art of a Pokédex screen. It has this raw, handmade vibe that really leans into the idea of cataloging Pokemon for the first time. I do get why they ended up simplifying it, but man, there's something really charming about how messy and organic this prototype feels. Now here's some concept art of Jubilife Village, and right away you can tell it's pretty different from what we ended up with. I noticed that the concept version actually feels more in line with the original Jubilife city from Diamond and Pearl. It's more lore accurate in a way, and it even hints that buildings like the Galaxy Hall would eventually become the Jubilife TV station. That little attention to continuity really hits for me personally. The concept pitch also suggests that you'd gradually build up a village over time, constructing facilities and expanding the town. That mechanic sounds really similar to a scrapped concept from the original Diamond and Pearl, where you would develop Twin Leaf Town. I would have loved to see the foundations of modern Jubilife come to life throughout the game, even if it was just little touches, like the iconic Jubilife fountain. Another small but noteworthy detail, the pitch references an on-screen minimap, something that was missing from the final game. It was present in the Sword and Shield beta too, and it eventually made its way into Scarlet and Violet. Considering the lack of a minimap was one of the criticisms of Legends Arceus, it's interesting to see that they had it planned but scrapped it later on. The development schedule also gives us some concrete dates. Here we learned that the conceptual period for Legends Arceus officially began in June of 2019, with active development starting just a few months later in September. That gave Game Freak about 2 years and 4 months to complete the game, factoring in the delay from a 2021 release to January 2022. When you really think about it, the turnaround is impressive for a game of a scale, especially considering they were also working on Sword and Shield DLC and Gen 9 at the same time, while also in the middle of a pandemic. It's truly a miracle Legends Arceus turned out the way it did. But of course, like every Pokemon game, Legends Arceus went through plenty of changes during development. Fast forward about 6 months from the start of active development, and we land on a March 2020 beta build, as documented by a user named Pearl23. Right off the bat, the title screen looks totally different. It actually resembles one of the concept pieces from the original pitch document, but it seems that this version was actually built in the Legends Arceus engine, based on the 3D model and grass texture. Visually, it shows off a much more detailed environment. It feels like this was closer to the visual tone they originally had in mind, and don't get me wrong, I think the final game still looks fantastic, and the environments fit the art style really well. But when you compare the final title screen to this beta version, the final one does feel a bit more flat. Still nice, just not quite as striking as this earlier version. Gameplay drops you right into Jubilife Village, and immediately you can start spotting differences. First up, the UI. There's a Zoroark health bar in the bottom left corner. In the final game, while you can send out your Pokemon at any time, their stats and health aren't displayed on screen outside of battle. This might be a sign that Pokemon were originally meant to be able to follow you around in the overworld, something that surprisingly didn't make it into the final version, considering that Scarlet and Violet brought back following Pokemon, and also displays their health bars in the overworld. It's not a stretch to think that Legends Arceus may have been experimenting with a mechanic first. It could have even served as a technical foundation for how that would eventually work in Gen 9. There are a couple different interface differences too. In this build, the plus button opens the map, and the X button opens up the main menu. Compare that to the final game, where the map is accessed through the ARC phone using the minus button, the plus button initiates the Ride Pokemon feature, and the X button toggles between items and Pokemon. As for Jubilife Village itself, it's largely similar, but there are subtle changes. For example, the entryway into the village is noticeably different.
But also, Palworld isn't on the fucking Nintendo Switch. The Switch was just a piece of junk, man.
To a visible path boundary way off in the distance that's completely absent in the final game. Some of the buildings on the left-hand side appear to have been redesigned, and overall it looks like the final game ended up with more structures in this area. Then there's the player model in this build, which is kind of wild. It's this strange untextured placeholder character with an entirely different head base. This tells me that unlike in Let's Go or Sword and Shield, where they could just reuse models more directly, Legends Arceus required something more custom built. And that makes sense, because the player in this game performs way more dynamic actions. It wasn't just about walking and running anymore, they had to rethink the whole animation and model system. The menu UI definitely looks way better in the final game, but I like how the beta Pokemon list kind of has a retro vibe. But in contrast, I actually prefer the beta version of the trainer card. It just fits the historical setting better, and the stamp textures actually look like ink seals, though it's a very subtle detail. Pearl23 also noted some gameplay differences in this 2020 build. For one, you could jump using the B button, something absent in the final game outside of Ride Pokemon. The dodge roll was mapped to the R button instead of a Y button, and throwing a Pokeball required you to hold ZL and then press ZR. That eventually got streamlined to just holding ZR. The map system was a bit different too, as you'd have to explore the areas to fill out a blank map sheet, kind of like how it works in Minecraft. And that about wraps up the March 2020 build. Legends Arceus was officially revealed on Pokemon Day in 2021, with a planned release in January 2022, after an internal delay that we don't have much detail on. The team over at TCRF also documented a bunch of smaller differences between the pre-release trailers and the finished game. Things like Piplup originally appearing near Ginkgo Landing, only to be relocated to the Aldspy Shore in the final release. The Arc Phone, Satchel, and Pokedex had different icons. Snorlax was seen wandering around freely in the overworld, but ended up as an alpha-only encounter in the final version. Even obscure details like the hairstyle selection background changed. Some of the official screenshots showed differences too. The move selection UI was visually reworked. The blue swipe calligraphy used for the nameplate was positioned higher and made more vibrant, and the health bars had a slight ink style to them. I'm not really a fan of this beta version, but I wish they did something similar to how Sun and Moon handled health bars. Another improvement I really liked, the cinematic black bars during battles and move selection weren't transparent in the beta, but they are in the final game.
Slop.
And even just that small tweak makes a huge visual difference in my opinion. Ultimately, I think it's clear that Game Freak went out of their way to focus on visual polish and make it look as good as possible, especially based on feedback from Sword and Shield, whether it was UI design, lighting, or so on. It's the small details that can change so much, and now we reach the scrapped content that is still present in the final game files. So let's get straight into it and start with voice acting. Yup, you heard that right. There's strong evidence that Legends Arceus originally planned to include voice acting. While the final game includes a couple grunts from a player, the data files contain a much larger set of recorded voice lines for the player, including full phrases like hello, yes, thank you, and more. Here's the snippet.
Wow! Oh, thank you! Yeah. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
So there was originally
There's the
planned
Mega
to be.
Evolution data present in the game's files.
Damn.
While Sword and Shield and BDSP didn't even have traces of Mega Evolution, Legends Arceus does. And while there's no concrete proof that Mega Evolution was actively planned for the game, the presence of that data suggests that Game Freak was at least considering it. I mean, at least lore-wise it checks out. We know that Mega Evolution existed long before the events of X and Y, and with Legends EA confirmed to be bringing it back, it could just be another case of a scrapped Arceus mechanic returning in ZA. While Legends Arceus famously didn't include abilities as part of its battle system, the final game does include ability data for every single Pokemon. The common theory is that this was just for Pokemon Home compatibility, but I don't think that fully explains it.
Those abilities got changed after the fact though.
Sword and Shield and BDSP didn't include Mega Evolution data, and they're still compatible with Home, so why would abilities data be so crucial to Legends Arceus? Plus, we know that the game started with real-time combat, and in that context, abilities might have seemed unnecessary. But once the combat system shifted closer to traditional turn-based battles, maybe they debated reintroducing abilities and just didn't pull the trigger. What's more interesting is that the abilities for all the new Pokemon introduced in Arceus were changed in Scarlet and Violet.
Yep, they all got changed. They didn't get what they put in there.
Every single one. There's also an entire unused beta area found in the game's files. It's said that this is roughly double the size of a typical area, and it's a vast open landscape with towering mountains. There's even a detailed in-game map associated with it, complete with location names and labels. I'm showing the translated version on screen right now. If any of you can make sense of these names or find any cool connections, I'd love to hear your theories. This area is labeled as Area 11 in the files, indicating that it was added to the files later in development. If I had to speculate, I'd guess it might have just been used as a testing ground, maybe where Game Freak played around with elements from all 5 zones in one mega map. Here's a model of the area. You'll notice that the rivers shown on the drawn map aren't present in the 3D model. Now, the cherry on top of all the scrapped content in Legends Arceus is the unused modern day player's room. This is a fully modeled, fully textured space that depicts the player's bedroom in the present day. For a long time people weren't sure what this was for, but after the Terra leak occurred, we learned that this would be part of a scrapped opening cutscene, where the player would be sucked into the time rift at the beginning of the game. Even though that cutscene didn't make it into the final version, it's truly fascinating that the room itself remained in the files, especially in such a complete state. It suggests that the idea made it pretty far into development before being ultimately cut. Here's my personal theory. After Legends Arceus was delayed to early 2022, and Game Freak handed off development of BDSP to Ilka, they probably got nervous about the reception to the remake's art style. And to avoid BDSP receiving harsh comparisons to this room alone, Game Freak may have chosen to completely remove any modern Sinnoh content from Legends Arceus. It's possible that this modern bedroom level may have been featured at the end of the game too, and that the player would eventually return to the present at the end of the game. I always wonder why the player never returned to the present at the end of the game, and now we might have some idea of why that wasn't the case. But still, this unused room made it into the final game files, and it is one of the closest glimpses we've ever had into what a Game Freak Diamond and Pearl remake might have looked like. And with that, we've covered all of the highlights from Legends Arceus scrapped content. If you guys enjoyed this video, leave a like, subscribe, and share. Thank you so much for watching. And
alright, cool, we're done with that. Alright, oh yeah, there's something else I wanted to check. I think it's working now. You wanna see the new content? The new game mode? Let's go check it out. So like, they finally translated this thing to Cosmic System. right? It's just like when I used the OCR before. All the information is there, all the game mode stuff. So we can go it's called Multiverse Hunt. Alright, so we'll just do like a challenge with one of the things I have equipped right now. It's like, you know what, we might as well just do this, because we have Oscar already equipped. Right, so we might as well just use that one. We'll just try it out and see what happens. Alright, let's just give it a look. Alright, we might as well see. Alright, you can run it without tracking the score, or you can have it track it. I'm gonna guess if you have it tracked though, it's gonna consume the item. Oh yeah, you get... It'll consume the thing. Where the fuck did the boss go? Where's the boss? What happened to the boss? Multiverse Hunt I think is broken. But it gave me 750 of the currency there. So like going in and we have no score. It looks like they forgot to program the stats on them. And then I guess it consumes one of our keys if we did it that way. But and then if we go back here, yeah, it's still counted as vacant. It consumed a revival light. But you can also buy 3 unilights every week. I wonder if consuming those also count for the thing. But then you can go into the store, right? You get 750 currency for entering. God damn it, why did I have to start ad break right now? The freaking auto ad break. But yeah, so you get at least, you know, you at least get more than enough to get all of these, even if you don't get a good score for ranking. But yeah, you can just pick different character and try to rank for those. But yeah, that's what that's there for. Yeah, like, here, let's try it again. If I use the other item now, does it also give me the currency? I wonder. You need to use at least one revival light before using a unilight. What? Yeah, they just get one shot. And as soon as you enter, it'll consume the thing and give you the currency. So make sure you're like really prepared when you go and do this game mode, so you don't lose your damage or whatever. Right. Like, make sure you plan ahead for that. Oh, one sec. Alright, but yeah. I was like looking for something. Where were we again? Alright, I was like... But yeah. So with your entries though, you can get all of the materials you need for here pretty easily. And you can get 40 of these a week. Alright, and you get, I think, 4 entries of the thing. How many more entries do we have on Multiverse Hunt? We got 2 more. Right, I think we get 4 of those entries a week, right? Yeah, okay. So we can go in again. Yeah, like, it'll just thing. Right, and then we can go again, like Commissionary, Multiverse Store. Right, we can get 40 of those. You can buy 50 of them with Dark Crystals every week as well. And then I guess you might as well dump the last key. and see if it'll let us use the other key token thing. But yeah, you basically get what, like 3,000 of that currency a week? And you only need 2,000 to buy all of the important material anyways. Alright, let's go in one more time then. Let's see if we can use the paid ticket. Maybe those will work. Surely those will work. Did it work? I'm not sure. The new game mode is borked on the test server. But like, even if you don't score on leaderboards, like, you get more than enough currency to get the important thing anyways, the 0 cluster. But yeah, there are also other Titan mats and stuff in there, but like, yeah. Important thing is for the cosmic system. So you can get the buffs here. But yeah, that's like the new game mode. There's like a boss in there that you whack for score. But like, it's broken, man. Before it wouldn't let us in, now we can go inside, but like, it don't even work properly. Yeah, we can't use the Unilite, and we're out of Revivalite. You only get 4 a week. Yeah, it's borked on test server. So we can't even do the thing there. You can, there's a practice mode, but yeah. But then like, yeah, you're like limited to how many attempts you get every week. And basically what you're supposed to do is you pick a unit that you're forcing yourself into, right? And that's what you're going to be scoring for. Your leaderboard will be for. You pick a simulacra and then you'll do your thing around that. Of course, you need to own the thing first before you even bother to attempt it. And then like, that's how you unlock the eyes, right? So like, we can go here, right? And this is where you unlock their eyes. You get it from the multiverse mode thing there. If you wanted to like unlock each of their eyes or whatever. But yeah. You get 4 attempts per week. 4. You can do 4 different ones a week. 4 of them. But it's based on your ranking in this mode to get the alternate eye color or whatever. To unlock the character's eyes. But yeah, you get 4 a week. And it's like each character has a different leaderboard. Basically. That's kind of the gist of this. And then you fight a boss in there. And then yeah. Based on your thing, you'll get shards for the eye thing. Or... No, not shards for the eye thing. Or... You get shards for the eye thing, and if you're in top 300, but you also get extra currency based on your position. Top 10 gets an extra 3,000 of the currency for the shop. Top 100 gets 2,000 instead if they're not in top 10. Top 300 gets an extra 1,000 instead if they're not in the top 100, right? And you get 750 of the currency per entry. But yeah. You only need 2,000 of the currency to buy the important thing in the shop every week. After that, I mean, you can buy Titan mats if you need them, exoskeleton shards if you need them, or world boss accessory shards. So this is like another way you can farm your world boss accessories. You can do it this way. So that's neat, right? Depending on how well you score in there, you can get more shards here. Even the newest world boss is here for some reason. Not sure why. Even like the newest one is there. But yeah. So you can do that too to, as an alternative way to farm your world boss accessories if you want. Right, because they're all here. So you can farm it this way too. Right, so you don't have to do it. You don't have just PvP as your other option. You can get it a different way. What the hell? I thought I have the awakening thing, the full accessory. What the hell? Pretty sure I do. I guess they copied when I accessed this thing. They sent it over before I used my full accessory drop. I'm pretty sure I had it here. Unless they copied it at a different time, because I do have that world boss accessory. Wait, I have that one. Yeah. Wait, I have the Devourer one. When did I get the frog accessory? The full frog accessory? I had this thing too, the full one. Why don't I see it in my inventory? The fuck? You know, now I gotta go check it in there. I'm actually curious. Cause like... Wait, I did not know I had the Wander Eye Shard thing. Let me see. Oh wait, no, I had the accessory equipped already. I just realized, yeah, they copied it when I was like already equipped. But yeah. But yeah, like, sometimes it's just a pain to, like, yeah, it copies the original, but I don't understand why it didn't, like, say it was owned. The accessory when I do own the accessory. I'm like, wait, yeah, I was wearing it in the test server. But I'm curious about the Wandering Eye Shard. I'm like, wait, when did I loot that one? What else have I missed? Let's see. Right, that's Wandering Eyes. I do have the full drop here. What the fuck? When did I get that full drop, man? When did I get the full drop? I have the full drop of Awake that thing too. Like you can see I have it equipped right there. When the hell did I get the Devourer accessory, man? When the hell did I get that? It should it doesn't tell you automatically when you have the thing. So I have both of the boss accessories from Artificial Island. I'm like, wait, when the hell did I get that? Right, I got the Dragon, I got the Eva, I got Devourer, I got Barbarossa, I have Sobek, I have Lucia's, I have Frostbot. I still don't have Apophis and Robarg from Asperia. Yeah, I'm just missing Apophis and Robarg from Asperia. But then the other ones I'm missing the stuff everywhere else. But yeah, it's like, when the fuck did I get the one from the mech? The Mecha Boss one as well. One day, I randomly found, oh, I have it. But that's neat. I did not know I had it until now. I already have the Frostbot accessory though. I was like, I just don't have Apophis and Robarg from Asperia. Right, if we go Commissionary. I have this full accessory. It just doesn't track it, I guess. For some reason, it won't say that I own it. Right, that's owned. Yeah, Frostbot accessories there. There's a little indicator here if you own it. What the hell is this one? Oh, that's the Sobek accessory. It'll have an indicator saying it's owned. If you own the thing or not. This one is Apophis. That one's Robarg. That one is Scylla, right? No, that's Black Crow, never mind. That one's Tao Tai. That one is the monkey. Yeah. It's kind of funny how this is not organized. Yeah, this is the Eva accessory as well. But a lot of them I don't have. That one is Colton. That one is Hera. This one is Magma. I don't have that one. This one's Rudolph, right? The Fawn Mask is Rudolph? Yeah. Right, Habuella, Scylla. That's Nakia, obviously. This one is, what? Is Xingqian. That one's Marble. That one's Yingzhou. Then this one's the crane one, right? Yeah, Phelan is that one. Yeah, these are the network accessories. I have this one though, I don't have the other ones. But I have that one, right? I'm using it right now. But yeah, cool that we at least saw the buff of the stuff in there. I'm gonna have to like work on doing the calcs on that stuff later though. And I have to like re-record the parses and everything for some of those numbers. Because of the VPN buffs and numbers being different now. Like, I'm gonna have to. Oh well, it is what it is. I'll find time to do it later. Right, and then I can go crank my video out later as well on that one. It's like just like when I thought, oh, I'm almost done. I just need to record voiceover, make a script. Nope, Void Piercer, surprise Void Piercer buff. I gotta redo some stuff again and figure it out. That's why I've been like busy lately. But you know, the calculator isn't gonna calculate itself or whatever. Eventually I'll get it done and finished. But yeah. I mean, I need to get some sleep soon anyways. I think we're just gonna end off here. Right. I'd like to look at the new Gacha Enjoyer video, but like, there is certain symbolism in there that I can't show on stream, so I won't show it. Maybe we'll find time with some of these other reacts at some point, maybe, if I remember these other topic stuff, but yeah. It's almost 6 AM anyways. I need to get some sleep. But yeah, as usual though guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time, right? You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna get some sleep, and then when I wake up, I'm probably just gonna spend my entire day just working on the shit again, so I can get a video out, hopefully, for Lindsay by the end of, next week. But yeah, see you guys. See ya.